Good morning, sir. Sir, you are on mute mode.
Can you see the slide set?
Yes, sir. Sir, we will wait for 2 minutes and then we will start by 9:35, sir.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Morning, everyone. I am privileged to introduce our today's highly experienced speaker, Dr. Sandeep Bawdekar, sir. Sir is MD in Pediatrics and Diploma in Child Health, Hospital and Healthcare Management, Diploma in Information Technology, and currently working as Consultant Pediatrics at Surya Children's Medicare. Sir was HOD for the Department of Pediatrics at Topiwala National Medical College and Nair Hospital. With rich clinical experience of 40 years, undertaken 90 research projects, serving as a member of 8 institutional independent and ethical conferences, organized 48 national and international conferences and workshops, delivered 592 lectures at continuing medical education conferences and workshops, 28 panel discussions, and awarded with Fellow of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Embicon Gold, and many more. Sir will be present with us throughout the day, and I welcome you, sir, for today's session. Over to Dr. Sandeep Bawdekar, sir.
Thank you for your kind introduction. The topic for today is ethical issues in medical research. I hope you are able to hear me and see the slide.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's start with ethical issues in medical research. Before we go further, you have been having a seminar or workshop on research, but let's just define research for our common understanding. So research is a systematic investigation designed to generate generalizable knowledge. Now, first issue that we have to understand is that the medical research differs from medical practice, and this difference is extremely keen to understand because practice is consists of interventions that are designed solely to enhance the well-being of an individual patient that has a reasonable expectation of success. So when I decide to give a particular medication or do a particular procedure or surgery in a patient, I know from my knowledge, from my experience, and from the evidence that it is going to be beneficial to this patient. Whereas when I do research, my main objective is to actively design. It is activity to design to test a hypothesis, permit conclusions to be drawn, and thereby develop and contribute to generalizable knowledge. So my main aim is supposed to be to generate generalizable knowledge, which I can use later on to prove or disprove whether a particular therapy is good or not, if a particular therapy is better or not, just to give an example. So when I'm doing research, there is always a possibility that patient's interest may get compromised. And hence, I have to be doubly sure that patient's well-being and patient's interests are not compromised, though my main aim would be to generate generalizable knowledge. So this keen difference should make us alert to the possibility that we are not doing harm and not taking undue risks while doing research. This is the principal issue that we have to be very careful about. Now, question is asked is, what is law? Is it law? What is ethics? Is it law? So law often incorporates ethical standards to which most citizens subscribe. But on several issues, laws follow the ethical standards set by the society. Breaking a law is generally unethical behavior as well. For example, robbing, taking what is not due to you is unethical. But just abiding the law does not make a person ethical. And besides, certain laws could be unethical. For example, apartheid laws in erstwhile South Africa, where on the basis of color, the individuals were segregated into two communities. They were given different living quarters. They were segregated in different areas. Now, there was law in it, law for that. So society had made a law, or the government had made a law, which was unethical, because differentiating among people on the basis of color, creed, or whatever would be unethical. So we cannot equate law and there could be some overlap. Is it religion? So now most religions, of course, advocate ethical standards. Yet if ethics is confined to religion, then people who do not believe in religion, what standards are they supposed to follow is a question that comes. And there are certain religious practices that could be unethical. For example, in our society, there was a practice of sati, which is unethical, or which was unethical. Third thing is, generally what the society follows, society agrees with, should be considered as ethical. It is true that society usually expects its members to be ethical and have a standard of behavior which is acceptable. However, there are instances in the history where the entire society can become ethically corrupt. For example, Nazi Germany is an example where there was a morally corrupt society where societal members acted against their own other members just on the basis of religion. So therefore, we know that though ethics has some overlap with law, some overlap with religion, some overlap with what society accepts, they are not congruous in the total extent. So then what is ethics? So ethics is a set of well-founded standards of right and wrong that prescribe what humans should do, usually in terms of rights, obligations, benefits to society, fairness, and other specific virtues. And ethics is the study of development of one's ethical standards. So generally speaking, if you see, ethics can be considered as a moral code of conduct defining right and wrong behavior in a civil society. It comes from within. There are many factors that are responsible for it. That is our upbringing, our beliefs, our religion, our learning. All these ultimately decide what ethical standards we will follow. It is the discipline of dealing with what is good and bad and what is our moral duty and obligation. Ethics changes over a period of time. What is ethical 200 years back may not be considered as ethical today. Similarly, ethics is not black and white. There has been a gray area. And as you know, when you say gray, it is not one color. There are so many shades of gray that are there. So this total understanding of ethics. Now let us come to certain examples in ethics which are related to research. And from there, we will learn the various principles of ethics as well as the various issues that we should be very careful about when we are doing health research, medical research, or research involving human participants. So these are usually cited as the milestones, or you could say millstones, regarding ethics. So one is Nazi experiments, Willowbrook hepatitis study, Jewish chronic diseases study, San Antonio contraception study, and public health service syphilis study. Now, these are old examples which are there mostly from other countries. It does not mean that we as a country have a stellar record of ethical standards in research. However, these experiments are so stark, these examples are so stark that they will help us understand the issues better. So when we come to first Nazi experiment, as you know, that in the Second World War Germany, the Nazis did experiments on the individuals who were captive, that is those who were prisoners. These were mostly the Jewish individuals who were in the concentration camps, and they were subjected to experiments. And what sort of experiments? These are some of the examples. They studied the effects of deliberate phosphorus burns to test medications. Then there was high altitude test chamber, where the person was exposed to high altitudes. As you know, at high altitudes, the atmospheric pressure is low and the oxygen content is lesser, just to see how much time these low oxygen levels can be tolerated and how much time does it take for the person to die. There were also experiments where the individual was immersed in ice water to find what happens, what are the effects of immersion in ice water. And the endpoint for this experiment was death. So, as you know, doctors and scientists performed these experiments on inmates of concentration camps. So, these were done on fellow human beings. And expected outcome in some of these experiments was death, meaning there was no way that the person would come out of this experiment alive. So, what was wrong? So, there were many things that were wrong. The first thing is that the experiments were done in a random manner, at times without clear-cut aim. Let us see what happens. Without the possibility of benefit to the society or to the individuals. So there was no principle of benefit to anyone, participant, society, or for that matter, science, but just to find out as to what happens. At times, they were even haphazard. The second thing is that the experiments were carried out without any background animal data. Now it's the principle or the underlying important issue that we should collect information about what happens to animals on exposure to others, just to find out whether it is safe to do this particular experiment in human. Experiment were done without asking the individual whether they would like to participate. On top of it, these individuals were already in captivity. They were already arrested. They were already in the concentration camp. The participants had to complete the experiment, even if they felt pain, even if they wanted to come out of it, even if they felt undue risk. There was no option for them but to continue in the risk. They could not come out of the experiment. So these were the faults of the Nazi experiments which were done in 1940. Now we have the Willowbrook hepatitis study as the second example. So this experiment was done in Willowbrook State School, New York, that looked after children with mental retardation. So they would give in-house care to these children with mental retardation. Now these children came from lower socioeconomic strata or lower middle socioeconomic strata. And both the parents had to work to ensure that the family has sufficient income. So presence of a mentally retarded child at home would compromise their ability to go out and work. One of them had to sit at home to take care of this mentally retarded child. So this school offered an opportunity of them so that the child can be cared at this school and both the parents could go for work. What was the aim of the study? To study the natural history of hepatitis infection and to determine the best way to prevent hepatitis. So it appeared that this study would give some benefit because it would tell us how to prevent hepatitis. But how was this study done? The parents were asked, first were told that there is no place in the school for the child to be admitted. So the parents were told that we are building a new facility where place would be available if they participated in the study to participate in the study to determine the natural history of hepatitis infection. So there was consent taken, but this consent was not a true or real consent. It was some sort of coercion because the parents were forced, almost forced to get into the study. Why? Because they wanted the child to be cared for in the school, and child had no way to gain admission in the school unless they participated in the study. They were told about the consent, but they were told about what is going to be done, but they were not told how hepatitis infection would be transmitted. What was done in the study was that children who were newly admitted, their food was mixed with feces of children who had already developed hepatitis so that they could get infected. So this deliberate infecting of children was unethical. And the investigators justified this study, conducting this study, saying that newly admitted hepatitis patients, newly admitted mentally retarded children anyway develop hepatitis when they are enrolled in the school. So this is the way this study was done. So what were the issues in this study and what was wrong in this study? So as we discussed, the consent was not free of coercion or undue inducement. There was undue inducement in the form of gaining admission. If they did not participate in the study or they did not agree to participate in the study, the child was not allowed to get admission into that school. Second thing is, this study was not done in adults, but done straight away in children. It is a general principle that when you want to do a particular study, if a disease is present in adults as well as in children, the study is done first in adults so that whether it is safe to do that study in children could be determined. This was not done. So the children who form a vulnerable population, who themselves cannot decide whether to participate in the study, were pushed into participating in this study. Another thing was that over a period of 1 year, about 50% of children who were admitted in the school would develop hepatitis. But parents were told that anyway, everybody who comes to the school within 1 year develops jaundice or develops hepatitis A infection. Now, this is the way a wrong information has been given to parents so that they are enticed to get into the study, because they would feel that, okay, in experiment, the child would get actively infected, but anyway, otherwise, he is going to get infected once he gets into the school. And the institution had overcrowding and bad hygiene, which were responsible for causing hepatitis in children. But there were no efforts made to get rid of these high-risk factors, but they were used to conduct the experiment. So the environment of the institution was such that it facilitated the development of hepatitis. The institution did not take any efforts to avoid this, but just use these circumstances to perform the experiment. So this was a study which showed that the principle of giving correct information, the principle of taking consent without undue influences, all were sort of not followed. Then there was this San Antonio contraception study. what was done in this study was Mexican American women who came for contraception, they wanted contraception, were enrolled to study the side effects of oral contraceptives. They were told that we want to study the side effects of oral contraceptives. And there was a crossover design. That means half of them received contraceptives and half of them did not receive contraceptives in the initial phase. And then there was a crossover. Now, half of them received, so everyone received placebo for the half of the duration of the study. Point is, it was without their knowledge, which means that there was deception. They were fooled. So 10 out of 76 women became pregnant when on placebo. So the issue in this particular study was that there was deception. They were told a lie. They were told that all of them are getting contraception and we are studying side effects, when in fact only half of them were receiving contraception at a particular time. The second issue was that they included only Mexican American women. So what was the specific thing about including the Mexican American women? Because minority groups in any society form a vulnerable population. They could have done this study in all women and could have included even white Caucasian population, but they did not include the white Caucasian population, but decided to do the study specifically in Mexican American women. Did they mean that Mexican American women have some special side effects or different side effects or different proportion of side effects? No, the only idea was minority population would have usually lower rights, their socioeconomic and educational status would be lower, so they can be easily fooled. And even if found, there would be lesser resistance or lesser bad publicity if a vulnerable population has been used. So what was wrong? As we said, there was no information provided, and in fact, there was deception. Vulnerable populations or subjects were enrolled and exploited, and risk to the subjects outweighed the benefits. The mothers came or the women came for contraception, and they were not given contraception without asking, without taking their permission, without letting them even know that they are not getting contraception. And the last example that we will study is a prototype of how a study should never be done from ethical point of view. This is a study which is called as Tuskegee trial. Its real name is Public Health Service Syphilis Study, which was started in 1932 and was ultimately terminated in 1971. So this went on for almost 40 years. Aim of this study was to determine the natural history of syphilis. What was the methodology? Methodology was African American men were enrolled and were merely periodically examined. Really speaking, there was only examination. But what was done is they were told that they suffered from bad blood and were offered free medical care. It was told to them that medical care is being offered to them when only data was collected for them. There was absolutely no intention to treat. You would ask me, how can that be done when only data is being collected? How would they say that medical care is being done? Even the individual would know. So what was done was, at that time, whatever medications were considered as effective, like bismuth and others, were given to them, but they were given at 1/5 the usual doses. So they were fooled. Meaning, we call it deception, but it is in fact fooling the participants. Now, how did they offer inducement? So to make the members come into the study, the participants were offered free hot breakfast because they were from poor families. So free hot breakfast was also undue inducement. And were given drugs, as I said, which were used in the treatment of syphilis then, but in the doses which are, I said 1/5, but in fact, in the 3% of the usual dose. Thus, they were not going to have any effect in any case. Investigations such as spinal taps were done, because when an individual suffers from syphilis and there is, if no effective treatment is given, he would have CNS syphilis. So spinal taps were done to find out whether they were suffering from CNS syphilis or not, how much time it takes for the CNS syphilis to occur. But these spinal taps were told to them as a part of treatment, when all of us know that it is not, or even at that time it was known that spinal taps is no, that is lumbar puncture is not a form of treatment, but just to do a CSF, it was done.
अगं ते बाहेर येतं सारखं सारखं माझं सारखं मारण्याचं डेटावर ऑन.
Hello. Yeah. So this another thing is that when the study was done, there was no effective treatment. However, penicillin got discovered and it was shown to be highly effective in patients of syphilis. However, the participants were not told that we have found a effective treatment. Do you want to take it? The purpose of study was to find out natural history or natural development of what happens to syphilis affected patient. And so no treatment was offered even after effective treatment for syphilis in the form of penicillin was discovered. So what was the result? Result was there were 28 deaths in the study, 100 cases of disability, and 19 babies were born with congenital syphilis. So this study went on for a long time. And ultimately, the President Clinton had to apologize for doing this study in 1997, long after the Tuskegee trial was terminated in 1971, saying that the United States government did something that was wrong, deeply, profoundly, morally wrong. It was an outrage to our commitment to integrity and equality for all our citizens. It was clearly racist to do and continue with this study, because as you see, this study was done in African American population, that is the Black American population, and they formulated a lower strata of the society. In fact, the question here should be asked is what was right in this study, because almost everything was wrong. So first is, consent was taken by misinformation. They were told that we are treating you, but they were not treated. It was only an observational study to find out. There was deception. They did something like spinal taps. They give certain medications, but they were not for treatment. It was just to deceive them into thinking that treatment is being offered to them. Enrollment was done through undue incentives, hot breakfast, and a rich burial where the inducements were undue inducements for them. There was deception. They were fed false information. No treatment was offered. When you are treating a patient who has a disease, it is our duty, as it has been established now, it is our duty to take care of him, to offer him care, which is standard at that particular time, and not to just do what is required for your experiment. And there was undue risk to subjects and their families. And as we said, in addition to that, the vulnerable population was enrolled. So whistle was blown over the PHS syphilis study, that is the Tuskegee trial. And the US Congress asked the National Commission to identify the basic principles that under in human subjects, and that led to the publication of Belmont Report. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I got a notice saying that my internet connection is not proper, so I just thought I will go inquire. So then it was decided that let us take the principles which will identify the issues in this. See, what happens is when a physician or a person from the healthcare industry or healthcare profession does a study, the patient, usual participant is a patient. Of course, there can be a member of the community. They think that their interests and their well-being will be controlled, will be taken care of by the people who are doing the experiment. And they consider themselves of being less power or powerless. And hence it is essential to make them aware of their rights and to make ourselves aware of our obligations. So let us see what were the principles that we learned from these studies and what were ultimately identified in the Belmont report. So first thing is that there should be possibility of benefit for the participant and the society. When you do research, there should be a possibility of benefit. It is not that everybody will benefit, but there should be a possibility of benefit. There should not be undue risks to the participants. The pain and suffering of participants should be minimized. The prospective participant should be informed about the research study in a truthful manner. Complete information should be provided to him or her so that the prospective participant can decide for himself or herself whether to participate in the study. That decision should be taken without any undue inducement or without coercion. The participant should be enrolled only if they agree, and they should be retained in the study only if they agree to continue. The experiment should not be done only on the weak and the vulnerable, because it is easy to enroll them. They are unlikely to say no. They are powerless. No, the experiment should be done in all those who are eligible to participate in the study depending upon the research question, and their rights should be protected. Their rights should be respected. So this is what some of the principles that were identified from these studies. And then came this Belmont report, which said that there are 3 principles of ethics. One is respect for patients, respect for persons. Second one is beneficence. And the third one is justice. And we will see these particular issues or particular principles in slightly greater detail. So the 3 principles, first of them is respect for persons. What does it mean? That means that you should treat, or we should treat, or the investigator should treat, or the people who are involved in research should ensure that they treat individuals, every person, as an autonomous human being. They are same as us and they are autonomous. They have the right to say yes. They have the right to say no. They have the right to say no even after saying yes, after participating in the study. So do not use them as a means to an end, that I want to do research. For that research, I require participants, and hence I should somehow get them into the study so that I can complete the research. So that my main aim is to just do research and I will use them. So there is this using other individuals should not be there, because we should demonstrate and inculcate respect for individuals. We should allow them to choose for themselves and provide extra protection to those with limited autonomy. So it is not that vulnerable population should not be used, because what happens if you do not do studies in vulnerable populations, then their problems will never get highlighted. Solutions in vulnerable populations will never get solved, or solution will not be possible because we will not be doing research in them. However, vulnerable populations should not alone be used. What I mean to say is that if you remember the San Antonio study that we discussed, you take all women in that contraceptive study, enroll everyone, enroll even those who are from Mexican community, enroll them even from Black American community, but do not do study only in those vulnerable population when the problem that you want to study is general, which affects each and every woman in the study in the population, because you want to study side effects of contraception. Similarly, another example of using vulnerable population is that if you do not do studies in children, children form a vulnerable population, then new drugs in children will not get discovered. New therapies in children will not get discovered. If certain therapies have side effects in children, they will never get highlighted because you never do studies in children. So enrolling vulnerable population is not an answer to that. The issue is that when a vulnerable population is there, you should give extra protection. For example, when we do a study in children for a drug which is there, we first try to use it in adults, show that it is safe in them and effective in them or efficacious in them, and then try to do that study in children. So what are the elements of autonomy? Because we consider these individuals, when we have to give respect for persons, we consider them as autonomous individuals. So the first thing is that mental capacity, which means that the individual should have mental capacity to understand the research and take appropriate decision. And the second element of autonomy is voluntariness. That is taking decision without coercion, without undue inducement. So what are the rules that came out of this respect for persons is requirement to obtain informed consent and requirement to respect privacy of research subjects. So it is our obligation that we respect persons. And how do we implement it? We implement it by obtaining informed consent. Now, we must understand that informed consent is a process and is not just signing the document. And that is the reason we take the consent after giving full, truthful information as to why the study is being done, what will be required of the person when he decides to participate. We assure the person that whether you participate or not, the care that is given at this institution or by me will not be affected. There will be no extra care if you participate, and you will not be harmed just because you do not participate. You will be entitled, whatever you are entitled to will be given to you. Then we also tell them what are the risks of participating in the study and what are the benefits of participating in the study. And then request if him to participate in the study after considering all the possibilities. It should be without any coercion. It was without any undue influences. So we don't give him extra money. And so we should not be giving them undue inducement. So for participating for an interview-based study, if we say that we will give you 10,000 rupees, well, that could be undue inducement. Why undue inducement should not be there? Because if you give undue inducement, then the participant may overlook the risk that is there in the study and will participate in the study just for getting that amount of money. Money could be just one form of inducement. I would like to emphasize that informed consent is a process which begins before the participant agrees to participate in the study and goes on till the time he is in the study, he or she is in the study. So, which means that any new information comes, you should be giving that information from time to time. And there is a right of the participant whether to participate or not, or continue to participate or not. So he can give a consent today, but 10 months down the line, 10 days down the line, if he thinks that he cannot participate in the study, he doesn't want to participate in the study, it is his right to take it out. It is not that once he has decided to participate or agreed to participate that he has to continue participating. The second thing is to respect privacy and of research subjects. Patients give information in a research study that if it became public could be of detriment to them, could be detrimental to their interests. So every effort should be made to ensure that when they are collecting the information, there is nobody over there who is not connected with the study, and we keep the information confidential later on so that it doesn't become known to others. Because my dignity may get affected if the information that I give to you as an investigator becomes public. So this is all that is, it comes within the principle of respecting the persons. So I think we have covered most of these points. We informed that this is research and not standard practice. This is essential because we know that there is a difference between the two. Because when we do research, suppose the research question is drug A better than drug B? It means that I really do not know whether drug A is better than drug B, but I still give half the participants drug A and half the participants drug B. Whereas in practice, I know that drug A is better than B, and so I give him drug A. So this should be extremely made clear to the participants. We provide enough and appropriate information about the research, and that's why we design a participant information sheet or a participant information form to prospective participant in a language that he or she understands. And we give details about the purpose of the study. We explain the randomization if we are doing it, what the study entails, what is expected of him, how many visits, what drugs will be given to him, how he will be monitored, what are the benefits and risks associated with participants, and where to get additional information. Many times we give them the information sheet and ask him to consult his or her relatives, go to his family physician or anyone, friend or anyone, to decide, help him decide whether to participate in the study or not. It should always be emphasized that it is entirely up to him whether to participate or not. We take consent from guardians and parents in case of participants or children, because children do not have any, they do not have autonomy because they have no mental capacity to take that decision. And that's the reason why parents and guardians are considered to be eligible to take decision on behalf of their children, because they would take that decision, it is expected, in the best interest of their child. So are we clear about the first principle, that is respect for persons? Then I can go to the next principle, and the next principle is beneficence, which is also labeled as beneficence and non-malfeasance. So what is the underlying meaning of this particular principle? It is to minimize the harm and maximize the benefits. So beneficence means maximize the benefits. Non-malfeasance is minimize the harms. Now you would say that why minimize the harms? Why not eliminate the harms? So we cannot really eliminate harms, because any activity that we undertake will have certain risks, will have certain side effects. So we really cannot eliminate harms, but we can always try and minimize the harms. So what do? We use what are the rules under this principle? We use the best possible research design to minimize harms and maximize benefits. Now I'll give you an example. Suppose I want to do a study to find out if smoking leads to esophageal cancer or not. Now, it is stated that the highest level of evidence is given by randomized controlled trial. So that can be done. So if I have to find out whether smoking leads to esophageal cancer or not, can I do a study which is randomized controlled trial, whereby I ask 100 participants to smoke 10 cigarettes per day for 10 years, and other group not to smoke any cigarettes, and see after 10 years or 15 years how many of them have developed cancer. I cannot do that, because this is an inappropriate research design, because I will be causing harm to patients whom I tell to smoke. And that's the reason we have to use the best possible research design, which is ethical as well. So I may have to do an observational study, maybe a case control study, to determine which is whether cigarette smoking leads to esophageal cancer. Make sure that researchers are able to perform procedures and handle the risks. It is expected that if experts are there from the field who will do the study, then the risks would be minimized. For example, if you are doing a study in children, then we would expect that the study would be done by pediatricians who have the knowledge and who have studied the health of children and who have expertise and necessary skills to perform procedures in children. Prohibition of research without a favorable risk-benefit ratio. So where the risks are unduly high as compared to the benefits, then such research should not be done. And hence, it is the duty of the investigator to determine the risk-benefit ratio. It is the duty of the ethics committee to do this risk-benefit ratio so that undue risk the participants are not subjected or exposed to undue risks. Protect the participant. Protection of participant is the responsibility of the investigator. So investigator doesn't have the responsibility of collecting the data, but it is the duty of the investigator, because investigator is closest to the Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the how do we enhance beneficence? So studies in these are some of the examples. This is not an exhaustive list. For example, when we have to do a study, and test a new molecule, we first do a study in animals to find out, is it okay to use this study in human beings? Then you do the study in small number of individuals to find what are the risks that are there. And once we show that it is safe because the first thing is to ensure that it is not too risky. We show that there is no risk or limited risk with this, or we get the idea of how much is the risk in small number of individuals. Do we go ahead and find out, is it going to be effective? Because a drug which is effective but highly risky is of no use to us. So this is how we go in a stepwise manner. At every step there is a risk, but this is the way we try to minimize the risk and maximize the benefits. We look at the qualifications and experience of the investigators and research team.
Sir?
As we said, yes.
Yes. Sandeep sir, are you sharing the screen because PPT is not visible, sir?
Okay, I'll just check.
I think due to technical issues, share screen has been stopped.
Okay, fine. I'll just do that.
Connection unstable.
Hello, can you see the slides now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, the internet connection had some problem. So you are able to see this, right? So we look at the qualifications and experience of the investigators and whether they are appropriate for the study that we are doing. Again, I'll emphasize the same example or similar example that if you are doing a study in pregnant women, there may be other specialists, but we would like to have an obstetrician. It is also related to the stream of medicine. For example, if I'm using an Ayurvedic drug and I'm doing a study, we would like to have an Ayurvedic physician on the study because we have not studied Ayurveda. So that's the reason why we look at it. The investigators and ethics committee go through every study related procedure to assess the need of the risks involved. So this is important. We have to look at the overall risk, but we have to also got to look at each and every procedure that is done. For example, for a particular study, the investigator says, I have to do blood collection 10 times. So we will say, do you really have to do it 10 times? Can you not get valuable information only by doing 5 times blood collection or collecting only 5 ml rather than 7 ml or 10 ml? So these are, every procedure is put through a screen to determine whether there is benefit from the skin as compared to the risks involved in the particular procedure. So this is the way we try to enhance benefits and minimize the risks. So we have looked at 2 principles up till now, that is respect for persons, and second one that we have looked for is the beneficence and non-maleficence. The third thing that is there is what the principle of justice. So you should treat people or the individuals or your participants or the prospective participants in a fair manner. So design research so that its burdens and benefits are shared equitably. That means that there is no unfairness, no favoritism while distributing burdens and benefits. And the rules that include are requirement to select subjects equitably and to avoid exploitation of vulnerable populations. For example, many a times studies are done if there is a molecule which is discovered in, say, in a foreign country, and they want to do a phase 1 trial to find out whether it is safe or not, and the company decides to do that study in underdeveloped countries, say African and certain Asian countries. Now this is unfair. This does not subscribe to the principle of justice. Why it does not? Because then in that case, once the molecule is discovered, found to be safe and efficacious, it will be costly and it will be used in the developed countries, which means when we do not know whether it is safe or not, that will be tried in populations who are less well developed, where the socioeconomic status is low, where it is easy to do the study, whether it is less costly to do the study. And once it is proved that it is efficacious and safe, then it will be used in developed countries. So this should not be done. And that's what I mean to say when I say that the subject should be chosen equitably. The same principle that we came to in that contraception study. That study is done in vulnerable population. So what do we do? So we should give adequate protections to vulnerable population, avoid their exploitation. This is the idea when we discuss justice. So these are the principles of justice, and these are some of the issues that we have to be very sensitive to when we are doing clinical research. Are we providing enough information? Are we taking consent in a real free manner? Are we treating them as autonomous individuals? Are we safeguarding their privacy? Are we safeguarding their confidentiality? Are we taking steps to minimize the harms and maximize the benefits? Are we treating paid individuals in a fair manner? These are the issues that we need to do. And now, these were the principles which were envisaged or which were described by the Belmont report, which came from US. Now, we also have national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving human participants, which were proposed or which are described by the Indian Council of Medical Research. And this publication, the recent publication, has come out in 2017. And it is essential that we know the principles that they have listed. the difference between the Belmont principle, those which are described by Belmont principle and those by ICMR are almost the same. The ICMR has given them in a greater number because they have, for better understanding and better delineation, they have given more number of principles. So let's go through those principles as well. The first one is that of essentiality. What do we mean by essentiality? That the research should be done when it is essential to do the research. Because see, when we do research, even if it is an observational research, it is an observational research. Resources are being used for that. We are using individuals' time. We are using money. We are using other resources. We are doing investigations. We are doing machinery. So we are using resources. So it should be worthwhile doing that particular research. If we are doing an experiment or an interventional research, it is still important to do essential, to find out where is it necessary to do the research, because here there could be a risk to the participants. So A or B, which drug is better? One of them, unknowing to us, is getting an inferior treatment, right? So if we know that A is better than B, then that research doesn't follow this principle of essentiality, because it is already proved that A is better than B. If we still try to do this research, then those who are getting treatment B are getting an inferior treatment. Second thing is voluntariness, which we have discussed, that it should be of his or her own free will. Third thing is non-exploitation. You cannot take the advantage of less education, less experience, extremes of age, and other or illness or disease of the participant to exploit him, to take advantage of him. There is also a social responsibility when we do research. If your research is going to cause upheaval in the society, you should think twice before doing such research, because certain research questions, if we start to answer, we may be collecting information and deducing certain inferences which may be harmful to the society or which may be considered as undesirable by the society. So that factor also should be taken into consideration. We have talked about ensuring privacy and confidentiality because they are part of the participant, and hence it is respect for individuals is the principle, overlying principle that we need to look at. Risk minimization, that is the non-malfeasance that we talked about. Professional competence. So the individual who is doing the research should be an expert in that field, should have received training in the field, and also should be aware of the rights of the individual. And that's why institutions ask for GCP certification. They should also be trained in research methodology so that they are able to decide which is the best way to do a research, which is the best study design, how to take the participants, which are the eligible participants. So three things when we look at participants: their expertise, whether whatever is the field that the research study entails in or deals with, and also related to technical details of research, that is research methodology and research ethics. Maximization of benefits. We talked about beneficence at length. Then there should be institutional arrangements. We do many a times studies or research when we are attached to an institution. So institution also bears a responsibility when it is conducting the research to see that research is done properly, that it is approved in a proper manner, and that the quality is maintained. Institution is the one which should be having an atmosphere and an infrastructure so that the studies can be done properly. Everything like storage of data and other things, facilities are provided, research is facilitated, and at the same time, the participants' interests are also taken care of. There should be transparency and accountability. So sponsor has certain responsibilities, ethics committee has certain responsibilities, institution has certain responsibilities, the investigators have certain responsibilities. So they are responsible and accountable for their work. The totality of responsibility is defined as to these are the stakeholders in doing research, So the total responsibility of carrying out the research rests with them, and environmental protection should also be taken care of. So with that, I've finished my lecture, and we still have some time. So the second part of the thing of the session was about participation from the delegates who would want to discuss their issues or issues in their research that they are conducting. So can we go to that, or should I finish certain examples that I have, about 5 or 6, which may take about 7 to 10 minutes?
So we can finish the examples first.
Okay, sure. So let's do these. Let's look at the issues that are there and what are the reasoning behind the thing. So a research study to determine the comparative efficacy of an Ayurvedic product vis-a-vis modern medicine product was sought to be conducted in a tertiary care hospital attached to a medical college. The ethics committee insisted that an Ayurvedic physician be associated as a co-investigator. So what can be why did the ethics committee do that, and what was the principle from Belmont report or from ICMR that we should consider that was adhered to by this action?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, maybe the expert should be involved as far as expert opinion into the conducting the research of an Ayurvedic product is concerned.
Right. So which is the principle that we are following? In case of Belmont report, we discussed 3 principles, right? Respect for persons. The second principle was beneficence and non-maleficence. And third thing was justice. So of these 3 principles, which was the one that was there?
It may be, sir, beneficence.
Very good. So beneficence is the principle which is underlying, because if you have an Ayurvedic physician, he or she will have an idea about the drug that is being used, will be more sensitive to looking at its side effects and other aspects, and hence the physics. And as far as ICMR is concerned, what principle did we are we talking about? If I may go back to that slide, this is the first slide. So if you see the last but one line, professional competence.
Yes.
Right? So investigators should have professional competence. So the issue is ethics committee will look at it, but as an investigator, if I am sensitized, I myself will ask for an Ayurvedic person to be there on that study because I'm using an Ayurvedic preparation. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the second thing. And a pediatrician wanted to perform a study to determine the pharmacokinetic profile of a newer anti-epileptic drug in children. Right? He intended to do the study in children with severe mental retardation and epilepsy, receiving that drug and housed in an institution caring for such children. The ethics committee withheld the permission. So you have a new drug, anti-epileptic drug, right, which has been used in adults, right, and which is also now being used in children. But the pharmacokinetic profile, that is, what is the level at 0, at 5, at 8 hours, what is the half-life, all these details about about its use in children is not known. Okay. So this has to be studied. So now the physician, the pediatrician who wanted to do this study, he said that I will take children who are admitted to a institution caring for such children. But ethics committee had certain doubts. So what could be the principle that is listed under Belmont document that was adhered to, or that was, ethics committee had doubts?
Maleficence.
Sorry?
Maleficence,
Beneficence?
sir. No.
Non-maleficence.
Yeah.
Okay, how can you elaborate on that? There is no
Sir,
harm. No? They are going
here
to.
is the
Yes, go ahead, please.
Sir, your newer anti-epileptic drug has not still be proven as a harm or a safety is not still there revealed from the pilot study or any other thing. So directly going to have that particular research on the that new epileptic drug on the cases who are having severe mentally retardations and epilepsy, it may cause further harms also.
Okay. Now I have another way of looking. Maybe I did not make it clear. It is a newer anti-epileptic drug, but it is being used in children, but its pharmacokinetic profile is not known. That is what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Okay.
So it is a general practice now. It has come into practice that it can be used in children, but what are the drug levels? What is their half-life? Right? These aspects are not known.
Yes.
So
Okay.
that's the reason. So meaning it is being used in general, it is used in pediatric practice, but it's new. And because it is new, its pharmacokinetic profile is not new. This is what I mean by the newer MT. So what is the principle? We discussed three principles: respect for persons, beneficence and non-maleficence, and third one is justice. Anybody? Okay, let me see this. Sorry?
Respect for person.
Okay, so let's discuss what is the respect for persons. What do we have to do? We have the mental capacity and voluntariness were the two principles, and what were the rules that were there, that you will safeguard the privacy and confidentiality, and that you will take an informed consent. So are they being meaning, did the ethics committee have any issues with that? In this example? Not really, no? The principle that is being looked at this stage is justice. Okay, I'll explain to you how. What is justice? That there should be equitable distribution of benefits and risks. That is one thing. And second thing is that vulnerable populations are not exploited. Are we clear with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. Now, children themselves are a population which is vulnerable, right? Then children with epilepsy and mental retardation are even more vulnerable, right? Because they are institutionalized, they have severe disease and other things. Now, if I want to do a study of our pharmacokinetic profile for a newer anti-epileptic drug, where can I do this study?
Adults.
No, adults, it has been proved. Na? In adults, that has been known. So if I want to determine the pharmacokinetic profile of a newer anti-epileptic drug in children, where should I do the study? I should do this study in children with epilepsy, correct? Who are being given this anti-epileptic drug, correct? Where are these children? Where are these children? These children are coming for follow-up in the pediatric OPD or pediatric epilepsy OPD or neurology OPD, correct? I cannot go to the community and start finding out, no? Because there will be 10,000 children I will see and I will get one of these children, right? So the best thing to do this study is in a pediatric OPD or in neurology OPD or in pediatric neurology OPD or in pediatric epilepsy OPD, where these children would come and would be started on this drug or who are already on that drug. Is that clear?
Sir, but OPD is the right option for new drugs?
I'm again saying that this new drug means a drug which has been in practice, which has been used in children. However, it has come in last 4 years, 5 years, or whatever. We are not testing the efficacy and safety of an epileptic drug. This is new drug, means it has been used in children in the last 4 or 5 years. We
Okay,
just
okay.
do not know its pharmacokinetic profile.
Huh.
This is not the
Means
first time that we are
already
using this
tested
drug
by
in
the
children.
company and we are using
It
it.
It is marketed by the company, allowed to be used in
Okay,
children on the basis of study, but its pharmacokinetic profile is not.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Am I clear? Right? It is not a phase 3
Yes, sir.
clinical trial. Right? Okay.
Uh-huh.
But I just want to know what is the level at 0 hours, what is the level at 4 hours, what is the level at 16 hours, and what is the half-life. This is all that I want to study. Right? So these patients are coming to the OPD. Is that clear? Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I take, right, so from scientific point of view, if I go to the children who are admitted in a school or in a place where children are there with severe mental retardation and epilepsy. In fact, I am not studying this drug in general patients, general children who have epilepsy. I am studying children who have severe, because who will get admitted in an institution for such diseases? Those who have severe mental retardation and severe epilepsy, isn't it? So I am not looking at all the population of children with epilepsy. So this is a scientific problem with this study. I am looking at a subset of children with epilepsy. Those who have severe epilepsy and severe mental retardation. The second ethical issue that is there is, I am taking those with severe disease in a school, housed in an institution, because it is convenient for me to do the study. See, in the pediatric OPD, if I sit, right, there will be 100 patients who will come. Some of them will have epilepsy, some of them will have mental retardation, some of them will have. So I will have to select from hundreds of patients, those 2 or 3 patients who will come, which means I will have to spend more time over there to get these patients who are on this particular drug, right? Second thing is that when I'm doing the study over here, there will be 100 patients, out of which 40 will be on this particular drug. So it is easy for me to do this study when they're housed in an institution. So what am I doing? I'm using the to do this study. Is that clear? So this is a vulnerable population, and this is how, for example, I want to do a study in, say, inmates of, if I want to try a particular drug, A versus B, and I go to a prison and start doing it, they are already captive. And hence it is said that even their population is vulnerable or in captive, the study should be done only if that study is referable to their problems. Epilepsy is not a problem only of these children. Are we understanding this?
Yes, sir.
This is similar where the molecule is discovered in USA and you want to do the study in third world countries. Why? Because it is easy to do the study. And we said that justice ensures that you will do the study in pertinent population and not use individuals as means of doing the study. Okay. Can I go ahead? Or are there any doubts?
Sir, you can go on. Sir.
Yeah. So now let's go to the next one. A phase 3 clinical trial was sought to be conducted by a multinational pharmaceutical company. The study was about efficacy and safety of a monoclonal antibody treatment for breast cancer. The Institutional Ethics Committee asked the investigator to provide the list of countries where the study was being carried out. The investigator informed that the study is being carried out in India, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Thailand, and Argentina. The Ethics Committee withheld the approval. So what is the principle? Yes.
Studies carried out in certain locality only.
Yes, in populations which are
Vulnerable.
vulnerable population, right? Whereas once the antibody is discovered, it will be used by everyone. So what happens? Risks are taken by one population and benefits will be available to all. But if it is going to be costly, it will be available only to the rich and mighty, right? So what is the principle that is being affected?
Justice.
Justice. Very good. Correct. A research study was done to determine the efficacy and safety of a newer oral anti-diabetic drug. The protocol allowed for dose adjustments only if the blood sugar levels exceeded 240 milligram 240 milligram per deciliter 24 weeks into the trial. That means if the drug level, if the sugar levels were below 240, but above the normal levels, there were no dose adjustments allowed. The principal investigator, endocrinologist, requested the sponsor to amend the patient information sheet so that participants could be informed that this is a deviation from routine practice. The principal investigator requested the sponsor to allow adjustments even at a lower level and at an earlier time point. So what is the principle that was being followed?
Non-maleficence. No harm should be done.
Correct. No harm, risk should be minimized. Okay.
Right.
Non-maleficence and beneficence. So this is what we are looking at. Very good. So why is the investigator doing it? Because it is also it is not ethics committee's responsibility alone to what should I say, to safeguard the interests of the participant. It is everybody's responsibility. It is the responsibility of the investigator. It is the responsibility of the sponsor. It is the responsibility of the ethics committee. It is the responsibility of the regulator, right? So see, this is what it is. So first thing is that we have, first principle is respect for persons and non-maleficence. Why respect for persons? Because the endocrinologist said that you should inform that this is not the way we treat diabetic patients routinely, isn't it? Diabetic patients, you do that blood sugar level more frequently and adjust the doses depending upon their blood sugar levels or their HbA1c levels. You don't wait for 24 weeks to adjust the dosages. So you have to first give that information to the participants. So that is respect for persons, that you give complete information that this is research and hence we have to do this. Second aspect of that is very correctly pointed out as that is non-malfeasance. Minimize the risk. Undue risk should be avoided, because if the blood sugar level remains high for a longer period of time, there is what is called as glucotoxicity, and it will have effects on various organs and which will malfunction. And hence, it is not that you have to tell the participant that there can be malfunction because we are doing this. No, you have to justify whether this risk is worth taking or not as an investigator, and hence you should state that, say to the sponsor that this protocol is not acceptable. We should intervene at an earlier level or at an earlier time, or both, at earlier level as well as earlier time, so that patient is not, or the participant is not subjected to undue risks. So very correctly pointed out as beneficence and non-malfeasance. In addition to that, because he said that amend information sheet to say that we are deviating from the practice, we are giving whole information so that he can take appropriate decision by himself. Is that clear? Is that okay? Okay, so now let us come to this. An ethics committee did not allow an investigator to pay 1,500 rupees per follow-up visit to participants in a study concerning anti-hypertensive drugs. At the same time, the committee allowed for the payment of 1,500 rupees per follow-up visit to research participants enrolled in a study concerning disabled patients with Parkinson's disease. So let us take the first paragraph of this example, that they did not allow 1,500 rupees to the participants concerning antihypertensive drugs. Why ethics committee could have taken this decision? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So why they could have, which principle the ethics committee thought that is getting violated if you give 1,500 rupees per follow-up visit? No ideas? No response? Okay, let's see that. Right now, how is hypertension? Is it a common condition or is it a not so common condition?
So it's a common condition.
It's a common condition. So when you have a common condition, where will the patients come from? Suppose I'm practicing at hospital A in Dadar. Where will my patients come from for hypertension? Will they come from Ahmedabad? From the local community. So right. So they will be spending limited number of amount of time, isn't it? People will come from the nearby areas, right? So they will not be spending too much on travel, and they will not be spending too much time to come to this place, right? Is it clear? So if they are not spending too much, giving them additional could act as inducement, which is undue inducement, right? And let us make this clear as to why undue inducement should not be there. See, in every research study, there is inducement. Why there is inducement? Because research participants are more closely monitored and watched. So more close monitoring and watching of a condition is beneficial to the patient. So patient knows. Second thing is patient will be called, reminded of his follow-up visits. So that's another advantage that they get. Third thing is, when they come to the OPD, they are straight away taken in. They don't have to stand in the general queue. Why? Because their time is considered precious, because even the investigator wants to meet them. Next thing is, there is an inducement in the form that a senior doctor will see them to see to it that they are at comfort, they will continue to be in the study. So these advantages or benefits participants anyway get. On top of it, if they are given unnecessary extra money, see what is to be given to them, they should be given to, they can be given the travel expenses that they have spent. They should be reimbursed, because they should not be made to pay for it when they are participating in the study, because the visit could be only because of research. They are not coming, suppose, for their own care, but they are coming specifically because they are participating in the study. Then their money that they spend for coming should be reimbursed. Second thing is, they may spend some more extra time because they have to answer a questionnaire, they have to undergo blood investigation repeatedly, they have to spend time for certain procedures which are not required in routine care but which are required for a study. Then that time will have to be compensated for. That what should I say, the travel expenses should be reimbursed. If you give more than that, too much more than that, then that can ask as undue inducement. Now I'll give you a simple but which can be understandable example of undue inducement. Suppose somebody's research question is, what bones break after you fall from first floor? Okay. And you give 10,000 rupees or you give 10 lakh rupees for participating in the study. I might consider participating because I say, chalo 10 lakh rupees mil rahe, first floor se hi jana hai, right? But it is harmful to me. But I'll consider participating in the study just because I am getting 10 lakh rupees. So too much of money being given to participant will make them overlook the risk that is associated with the study. They would be willing to take that risk, which they would have not otherwise undertaken, just because the compensation that is being given for participation is excessive. Are you getting this Are you getting this idea?
Yes, sir.
Huh? So the compensation that is given, yes.
So can you please explain once more? I'm really sorry.
Okay, no, not a problem. See, now there is a study which says that there is a study to determine which bones break when somebody falls from or jumps from first floor. Okay, and the compensation
Yes.
that is given is 100 rupees. Okay,
Yes, sir.
but free treatment will be given if there is a fracture or whatever. I will not participate in that study because I'll say for 100 rupees, if I get my bones break, I have to be in the hospital. I will have to be absent from my office and everything. It's not worth doing it. But suppose somebody says that we will give you 10 lakh rupees for participating in that particular thing. I might consider participating in the study because I will say bones break. So I'll be there in the hospital. Suppose 2 bones break. I'll be there in the hospital for 5 days. What does it matter? It is possible that no bones will break, right? So if you give too much of compensation for participation, too much money to participate in the study, my decision to participate or not participate will be clouded by the benefit that I am getting out of it. So if it is too much benefit, too much inducement, then that will compromise my voluntariness. I would not have otherwise participated because it is risky, but just because you are giving me too much of money as a participant, I might consider participating. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Now let's come to the second paragraph. At the same meeting, the committee allowed for the payment of rupees 1,500 per follow-up visit to research participants enrolled in a study concerning disabled patients with Parkinson's disease. So 1,500 was not allowed for an anti-hypertensive drug study, but it was allowed for Parkinson's disease. So now is this not undue inducement? That's the question that comes to our mind. It's the same amount that is given. It's the same hospital. It's the same physician. It's the same institution. It's the same ethics committee. It's the same meeting also. So how can one justify this amount for one study, but at the same time not justify it for another study?
It could be just for a Parkinson's patient who is disabled because he will have to travel a lot. Plus, he might have to bring a caregiver to accompany him. And it will not be easy for him to take a public transport. So he probably will have to have a conveyance, which is like a private car or a taxi. So it could explain that he needs to be
Excellent,
reimbursed.
excellent, excellent. Right. So you have covered all the points. So it is not the amount that matters only, right? 1,500 per visit, right? It also, one has to also see what are the things that are accompanying. Parkinson's disease is an uncommon disease. Every physician doesn't treat Parkinson's disease. So they will come to an institution which has facilities. So they may come from far away places, by which itself will mean that there is extra time. They are disabled patients, so there will be a caretaker who will accompany the person. These people cannot, as you said, cannot travel by bus, right? They will perforce will be required to have at least a taxi, right? Which is part of public transport, but which is taxi, or they will have to make a special arrangement for a special vehicle. So all these things will cost money, and hence it will also require more time. So hence all these things should be taken into consideration and given this. So the principle over here is that there should not be undue inducement, but a single amount cannot describe. It will depend upon the type of study, the type of disease, the type of disability, and that is there in the participants. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. A lecturer of physiology desired to do a study to determine blood pressure in students newly admitted to MBBS course. The study involved doing ECG in the students as well. The permission was not granted.
The necessity of doing ECG is not applicable. I
Right.
think.
Correct. Why is it not there?
Uh, there are not any previously deceased persons.
Agreed. The more important thing is, if you want to do this study, you want to know what is the research question. Are newly admitted students of MBBS course more likely to have abnormal ECG? No. So you want to study what is the ECG in young adolescents or young adults. That is the research question. So why do you want to do this study only in those who are admitted in the MBBS course? You should take any 17 or 18, 16 to 17 years to 20-year-old individuals, no, who are healthy otherwise, and take them in the study. So the first principle that you said was that this is a study being done in a select population which is easily available, right? So this is ensure this may compromise justice. You are not taking a representative sample of young adults. You are taking only those who are there in the medical college, when you don't know whether they have any specific problem. You should do a study in medical students only if the problem is related to medical students. For example, if I want to find out how is physiology taught to medical students, now I can't do that study anywhere else. I have to do study in children who are in the, or students who are there in the first MBBS, isn't it? But this ECG is not something that is known that medical students who come in the first year have a problem. So that is first thing. Second principle that is there is, he's a lecturer of physiology. Physiology is a topic of first MBBS. So these students are directly under this lecturer, right? So they constitute a vulnerable population. Okay. So there will have to be additional safeguards. First is essentiality. I totally agree with it. What is the purpose of this particular study? Second thing is principle of justice. Study is being done in vulnerable population when it is not related to a problem of vulnerable population. So that's the second principle that is getting affected. The third thing is there is a methodological problem. Some children are 17 years old when they get into this. So how will consent be taken? You will have to take parental consent. Now it will not be easy to take parental consent, right? So these are some of the aspects that are there in this particular study. So a vulnerable population, essentiality, most important is essentiality or justice, that you are taking a population just because they are available to you, it is convenient to you, when the problem is not related to them. Is that clear? Okay, so vulnerable population, relevance of study, that is essentiality, and issue of obtaining consent from guardians. These were the issues that were there. Okay, a research study was enrolling patients with advanced cancer resistant to standard treatment. It sought to study the effect of 3-month survival rate. The ethics committee asked the investigator if the drug could be made available to the participant even after the study period. See, let me explain this. This is a type of cancer at a particular stage which is resistant to standard treatment. So basically there is no treatment, right, for this particular cancer. Now there is a new study which says that we will study 3-month survival period, which means what? At the end of 3 months, the study will be stopped. Those who survive will be recorded as survival. Those who are already dead will be considered as dead, and and at the end of 3 months, the study will stop. So what the ethics committee said to the investigator, whether you can make the drug available even after 3-month period. So what principle is being taken care of? So here the principle is that if a drug is, at the end of 3 months, those who even respond to this treatment, right, will not receive the drug because the drug is only available for the study. It's a study which is being done. So, but it is beneficial. So then you can take special permission from the regulator because the drug is not available in the market. This is called as post-trial benefit. Okay. So this post-trial benefit ensures that the benefit can be continued even after the study is over if the drug is shown to be effective or efficacious in that particular participant. So it takes care of patients. So you are not using the participant only as a means to an end. I want to do the study. I want to study only 3 months survival rate. After 3 months survival is there, even if it is beneficial to you, I will stop the drug because my study is getting over. That's not the way that we look at the participant, right? The participant is there. He has derived the benefit. So we should ensure that the benefit continues. He continues to get the benefit of the therapy, which is shown to be effective to him. Of course, you will have to take special permissions because the drug is not available outside the research study. So are we clear about it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's now summarize that there are basic principles governing biomedical research as per Belmont report: respect for individuals, beneficence, justice. We should scan all our actions and non-actions through these 3 principles. Whatever I am writing in the protocol, whatever I am doing in the study, does it adhere to these 3 basic principles that have been described? There are various stakeholders: society, government, regulators, press, industry, institutions, ethics committees, researchers, participants, and consumers. And every stakeholder has a different perspective, and hence conflicts and debates are inevitable. Something that you find reasonable or justifiable, others may not. So whenever there are debates, whenever there are other perspectives which come up, we should think about it and we should see, am I being ethical in doing this particular research? Am I ensuring respect for individuals? Am I ensuring beneficence and non-beneficence? Am I ensuring justice? And remember, in any research study, participant safety and well-being is of paramount importance. So this is what we have to remember when we are doing biomedical research. And I stop my presentation here. We have about 5-7 minutes. If anybody has any questions, comments, or somebody wants to present their own ethical issues, we can discuss about that. I can't see any questions
Hello,
in
sir.
the chat. You can
Sir,
ask me.
actually,
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So there is a question. Doubt is there.
Yes.
So what should be done with regards to consent for a longer researches when your samples are turning from their pediatric group to the adult groups with respect to age?
Okay. Fine. So now there are 2 documents that I will refer to. So one thing is the ICMR guidelines 2017, and there are also ICMR guidelines related to research in children, right? All of you must be aware of that.
Yeah.
So when a child is participating, what is done? The first is consent is taken from the parents or guardians or legally acceptable representative, and depending upon the child's age, the assent is also taken. No assent is required below 7 years of age. 7 to 12 years of age, we take verbal assent, and over 12 years of age, that is from 12 years to 18 years of age, we take written assent. So when this pediatric population is there, you would have done all these, that parental consent and assent depending upon the child's age. Now, if the child becomes an adult, that is, he crosses the age of 18 years, his written informed consent should be taken at that time to continue participation in the study. Am I clear? Have I answered the question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, the next
Okay,
speaker has
thanks.
joined, sir, for the next session.
Sure. Sure.
So, sir, we
So
We will continue
So
journal
I will
article.
stop sharing my slides. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
Today's second speaker for the day is Dr. Neelam Patil. Madam is MD in Biochemistry, holding first rank at MUHS. Madam is DNB Biochemistry, PhD Research Scholar with MUHS and Fellowship in Medical Education. With total 16 years of teaching experience, more than 20 publications in the national and international journals. Ma'am's area of expertise is internal auditing, clinical medical labs, independent management of clinical labs, planning and management of lab services, member with Animal Ethical Committee, institution HIV/AIDS Committee, and so on. We are honored to have you, ma'am, over here for the sessions. Over to you, Neelam, madam.
Yeah, very good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, a very good morning and good morning, Pavlikar sir. It's always a pleasure listening to you. I think
Good
so.
morning.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I am there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
all the participants. Everyone is there? Okay, no issues. Yeah, we'll start. Now today we'll be dealing with the evaluation of diagnostic tests. It's just a second. Today the topic is evaluation of the diagnostic tests, right? Whenever we are referring to evaluation, what do you understand by evaluation? Can anyone tell me what does evaluation mean in the layman language? What does evaluation to your mean? What do you mean by evaluating? Can anyone answer this?
Neelam, ma'am,
Yes,
can you just do the slideshow mode?
I have done it. Is it not being seen?
No, ma'am.
Just a second. Give me a second. Now is it visible, madam?
Still, slideshow is not visible. All slides we can see.
I can see it on my laptop. I'll again stop sharing and share it again.
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Now,
No, ma'am. What you can do is you can first do the slideshow, minimize the slide, and then start screen sharing. Then it might come.
yeah. Now is it okay? Now, is it okay, ma'am?
It does not came yet,
Not at all.
ma'am.
Now, is it okay? Because I can see it on my screen that it is being shared.
One second, ma'am.
And do it again. Or should I share the this thing with you, madam? I'll close it. Just give me a second and do it once. I think it is visible now because it is visible on my laptop. Am I
Okay, ma'am.
audible,
Then we
madam?
will continue as it is, ma'am.
Yeah, what is being seen on your this thing, madam?
We can see the outline also that there are 57 slides.
Oh, is it? Can you see that I'm doing it as a current slideshow mode?
Yes, yes, yes. Then it is not coming, ma'am.
Just let me have a last try, otherwise then we'll continue as it is. And
Okay,
by
fine.
maybe the next this thing I can mail it to you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just is it? Hello?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, no. So should we continue as it is?
Yes.
I think there
Yes,
might
yes,
be some problem with the hardware, or I really do not understand what's been happening.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We'll continue.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the evaluation of the diagnostic test. Whenever we say the evaluation, can someone tell me what do you understand by evaluation? Evaluation is a very basic term. What do you evaluate? Yes, someone amongst the participants.
Ma'am, evaluation is an assessment of any or of a significance of any criteria or any like importance of a particular
Yes.
criteria.
Yes, perfect. Assessment is there. Yes. Anyone else wants to add to that? Yeah. So evaluation means, can everyone relate to this? A report card? Yeah, wasn't it an evaluation? So evaluation is nothing but the act of ascertaining or fixing the value or fixing the worth of it. Okay, so today we'll be evaluating the diagnostic test. Now, what are the objectives of these sessions? Objectives of these sessions, whatever will be studied, number one is what are the prerequisites for the evaluation of the diagnostic test? What are the parameters for evaluation of diagnostic test? What is the concept of cutoff points and receiver operator characteristics? What is the utility of Kappa statistics? And what are the STAR and PODAS checklist? Just a quick look on the checklist. Now, as we know, evaluation is the act of ascertaining or fixing the value or fixing the worth of the
Ma'am,
Yeah,
Neelam, ma'am.
yeah.
The slide
Yes.
has not changed. Objective slide. Slide is not visible, ma'am. Objective slide.
It's not visible. Okay. And nothing is visible.
No,
Nothing
only
is
the good
visible.
morning slide is displayed yet.
Madam, can I do one thing? Can I mail this to you? It will
Okay,
take
okay, ma'am.
maybe 1 or 2 minutes more, but I think there's some this thing with the
Yes, now
hardware.
we can see the objective slide here.
Yeah, so I have stopped sharing. So should I do it? Because I've stopped the slide share. Okay, so I'll continue with this if it is okay with everyone. Is it okay with everyone?
Okay, now it is visible. Yes.
So I've
Yes,
stopped
yes,
sharing. Sorry, I've stopped the slideshow from my end. So maybe that is the this thing reason.
Okay, okay,
And
fine.
okay. So now we are evaluating the diagnostic test. Before moving on to evaluation of diagnostic test, let us see exactly what do you understand by the diagnostic test and what do you understand by a screening test. Now, a diagnostic test shows the presence or absence of a disease. But when a subject shows the signs or symptoms of the disease. So whether a person or a subject has the disease or does not have the disease, when the subject shows signs or symptoms of the disease, you label it as a diagnostic test. Whenever asymptomatic individuals who may have the disease are identified, this is the screening test. Now, screening test, can someone give me some examples of the screening test? Yeah. Okay. Screening tests are done on a large scale, right? For example, when you have mass this thing for diabetes mellitus, right, where asymptomatic individuals turn up, and if they have the disease, that turns out to be positive. A diagnostic test is performed after a positive screening test to establish a definitive diagnosis. Now, there are some examples, very common screening tests, like you have the pap smear for cervical dysplasia, fasting blood cholesterol for heart disease, fasting blood sugar for diabetes, yes, blood pressure for hypertension. So these are all the screening tests that are done. Now, when do we do these screening tests? Screening test is always done as a routine or during a health checkup for insurance purpose, etc. So screening tests are generally easy to use. They are relatively inexpensive and they should not miss the patients with the disease. Whereas the diagnostic tests, they help in the clinical decision making. So here the symptomatic patients are there. The diagnostic tests are usually more expensive as compared to the screening. Now, before we move on for the evaluation of a diagnostic test, that is evaluation of a new diagnostic test, we should have certain prerequisites in it. Yes, or these prerequisites should be defined. Number one, is there any need of new diagnostic test? Yes, just ponder over this. Is there any need of any new diagnostic test? Are the earlier diagnostic tests insufficient? Number one, zero down. Number two, sorry, zero down.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your voice is breaking and it's echoing also.
Now it is okay. Now
It's
it
still
is
echoing.
okay. Now it is okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So number two, zero down on the diagnostic test that needs to be evaluated. Number three, if you need to compare, set the gold standard criteria for the disease under investigation. And number four, zero down upon the group of subjects who can be subjected to both the diagnostic tests. So both means your diagnostic test, which is the new diagnostic test, and your gold standard test. Yeah, is it okay with everyone? Are you all understanding till here? Yes? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now, when we say so much about the gold standard test, what is a gold standard test? Gold standard test means it is universally accepted as being the benchmark test for that condition to make a definitive diagnosis. Or in very, very simple words, it is the most accurate test at that point in time. Understanding? So at that particular time, the most accurate test is your gold standard test, which is universally accepted as the benchmark test for that condition. Why? To make a definitive diagnosis. So these gold standard tests can be one single best test, or it can be a combination of various tests. Okay, so for example, the gold standard test for CA prostate is transrectal ultrasonic guided biopsy of a coronary artery disease. It can be coronary angiography. So a gold standard is the most accurate test at that point in time. And why is this gold standard necessary? You need to compare your new diagnostic test that you are evaluating it. Okay, so this is the concept of the gold standard test. Now moving on what parameters will you evaluate your diagnostic tests? Okay, number one parameter for evaluating the diagnostic test is repeatability. What do you mean by repeatability? That after repeatable investigations, the basic whatever, for example, I'll give you one simple example is for the blood sugar estimation. Now, if I know the blood sugar in a particular sample is around 120 milligrams per deciliter, I am repeating it. Okay, maybe after 2 repetitions, 3 repetitions, 4 repetitions, the 120 milligrams per deciliter is after the first repetition, the value comes the same. After the second repetitions, maybe 121, but still same. After the third repetitions, again the value is 120 milligram per deciliter. After repetitions, the value is same. That means the test can be repeated. That means it has high precision. Precision is nothing but repeatability. Are you all understanding? Yeah. Number 2 is the validity. Validity or accuracy. What does validity mean, or what do I understand by accuracy? For example, if the blood sugar again is 120 milligrams per deciliter, I know, or the physician knows 120, and upon investigation, the value comes 120 milligrams per deciliter. That means the test is accurate. The test measures what it purports to measure, or what is its purpose to measure. Okay, so validity or accuracy is the test is measuring exactly what it wants to measure. So repeatability is also known as precision. Validity is also known as the accuracy of the test. Everyone is understanding? Yes? Okay. Now, yes. Hello. Okay. Moving on to economicity. The test should be economical. It should not be very expensive, and it should be acceptable to everyone, to the subjects to whom it is aimed. Okay, so these are the parameters under which we evaluate the diagnostic test, which are the repeatability, the validity, the economicity, and the acceptability. Okay, now moving on, is this diagram visible? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So look at this first A. This is just a representation. Maybe this is the dart. Okay. So whenever you throw these darts, this is the center point. Okay, these are going haywire on repetitions. So there is no accuracy, there is no precision. Look at this B. Okay, the darts are not at the center. These are somewhere at the periphery, but all are near to each other. These are your repeated investigations. So this test has low accuracy, okay, but it has high precision. Okay, look at C, where the darts are near to the center. Yeah, so this is high accuracy, but the precision is very low. Our diagnostic test should have high accuracy as well as high precision. Okay. Now, diagnostic and screening tests, they should always be used correctly and they should be interpreted appropriately. Just a second. So the diagnostic and the screening test should be used correctly and interpreted appropriately. So the interpretation of these screening and diagnostic tests can be very, very challenging. For example, if you take the example of the diagnosis of malaria, what is the gold standard test for malaria? What do you suggest for malaria? Yes. Isn't it the PS, peripheral smear for malarial parasite? Yes or no?
Yes.
So the gold standard for diagnosis of malaria is the PS, so peripheral smear. Now the result of this test is binary. Binary means it can be positive, it can be negative. Okay. Now this test, if positive, that means what? The patient has the disease, right? So I should treat this patient for malaria. If the test is negative, that what does that mean? That the patient does not have the disease. I should not treat this patient for malaria. But does this happen in practice? No. Because even if the test is negative, but the patient classically shows the signs and symptoms of malaria or has a past episode of malaria, you prescribe antibiotics. Yes? Or else, even if you take one more example, for example, there is an evening rising temperature with cough for more than 3 weeks. Okay, you do not treat such patients for tuberculosis simply based on the PSI. So, the interpretation of the screening and diagnostic test is very, very important, and hence these diagnostic and screening tests should have a perfect discriminative ability. That means ability to distinguish between two conditions of interest. That is, whether that patient is healthy or the patient has the disease. So discrimination between health and disease. Understanding? Okay. Now moving on to the metrics of diagnostic accuracy. How do you measure the diagnostic accuracy? So I think most of us have heard these terms: sensitivity, specificity, the predictive value. That includes your positive predictive value, that includes your negative predictive value. The positive likelihood ratio, the negative likelihood ratio, pre and post test probabilities, the diagnostic ORs, and the ROC curve analysis. Now, whenever you need to assess or evaluate your new test, okay, label or group your patients into two groups. That is, those who have the disease and those who do not have the disease. The next step will be constructing your 2 by 2 table. Okay. Now, how do you construct a 2 by 2 table? How do you construct a 2 by 2 table? Number one is, now this is the 2 by 2 table of the depicting the results of your new test versus the gold standard test. Yeah. So on the topmost will be the disease status as confirmed by your gold standard test. So whatever you feel is the gold standard test at that particular time. Okay, so this is the disease status that is confirmed in the individuals. So the disease status can be the disease is present or the disease is absent. Okay, on the left hand side, okay, these are the test results of your newer test. So this is the test result given positive by the new test, and this is the test result that is given negative by the new test. Okay, are you all understanding this? I am repeating this again. How do you plot a 2 by 2 table? So this is already a plotted 2 by 2 table of depicting the results of new test versus the gold standard. On the topmost, this is the disease status which is confirmed by the gold standard. So disease status that is present, or disease is present in the individual, or the disease is absent. Likewise, left hand side, the test result is positive or the test result is negative. Now, if the disease status is present or the individual has the disease, okay, and it is given positive by the test, you label them as true positive. If the disease status is absent, there is no disease, still the test result is positive. These are all your false positive. The disease status is present, but the test result is negative. So this is the false negative. If the disease status is absent and the test result is also negative, okay, so this is the true negative. Okay, and I'll be repeating this. Disease is present, test is positive, true positive. Disease is absent, test is positive, false positive. Disease is present, but the test is negative, it is false negative. Disease is absent, again the test is negative. So these are the true negative individuals. Okay, so disease present, test positive. This is A. Disease absent, test positive. This is B. Disease present, test negative. This is C. Disease absent, and the test result is also negative. So this is the true negative. Okay. So in a 2 by 2 table, A plus C depicts all those individuals who have the disease. B plus D depicts all the individuals who do not have the disease. A plus B are your individuals in where the test result is positive, A plus B. C plus D is all the individuals irrespective of the disease is present or absent, but the test result is negative. So C plus D depicts all the individuals in whom the test result is negative. Is this clear? 2 by 2 table? Yeah. Because on this table our other parameters are dependent. Yeah, everyone is able to understand this 2 by 2 table?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Should I repeat it again? Okay, moving on. Moving on to the term that is known as sensitivity. What do you understand by sensitivity? Sensitivity is the ability of the test to identify correctly those who have the disease from all the individuals with the disease. Can someone identify here who are the individuals with the disease? Yes, who are the individuals with the disease in which the disease is present?
The true positive ones and the false negative ones.
Yes. So A plus C. Very good. Yes. So A plus C. And those in which the disease is present and the test is also picked up. Right? So test results are positive in those who have the disease. So these are true positive. So how do you define sensitivity? Sensitivity is the ability of the test to identify correctly those who have the disease from all the individuals with the disease. So this comes up to A upon A plus C. In percentage of disease people correctly identify, sensitivity is A upon A plus C into 100. Okay, 90% sensitivity of that test means 90% of the times the test will detect true positive. Yes, and what is the catch here? The catch is the remaining 10% times it would be a false negative. A test with high sensitivity is useful as a screening test. Okay. Specificity is defined as the ability of the test to identify correctly those who do not have the disease from all the individuals free from the disease. So these are B plus D are all your individuals who do not have the disease. See, the disease status confirmed here is absent. So B plus D. And disease is absent and the test also shows that the test result is negative, that is D, right? So D upon B plus D into 100, okay, is the percentage specificity. 90% specificity means 90% of the times the test will detect true negatives, and again, but 10% of the times it will be a false positive. A test with high specificity is useful as a confirmatory test. Now moving on. Yes. So this is again the 2x2 table. This is the result of the gold standard test and this is the result of the new test. Can you see here disease present? There are total 400 individuals. So in this disease present and the test is positive, say around 80. If this disease is present and the test result is negative, 20. In this case, disease is absent, but the test is positive, 120. Disease is absent and the test is also showing the result as negative, 180. Okay, so what will be the sensitivity here? Can anyone quickly tell me? What will be the sensitivity here? Yes, pardon?
80%.
How have you calculated?
80%.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. How have you calculated?
For sensitivity, A upon A plus C into 100.
Perfect. Perfect. And specificity would be? It will be T upon B plus D into 100. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So it will be 60%. So an ideal screening test should be 100% sensitive and 100% specific, we say. Okay. Now moving on to the predictive values. Now, as we said earlier, that the clinician wants to know that if a certain test result is positive. Yeah. So what is the probability of the disease? Or what is the probability that the patient will have the disease? And this brings us to the understanding of this PV concept or the predictive value concept. That is, if a certain test result is positive, the probability of predicting that disease. So predictive value can be a positive predictive value and it can be a negative predictive value. So a positive predictive value is probability that an individual with a positive test, it truly has the disease. Probability that an individual with a negative test truly does not have the disease is the negative predictive value. Okay. So how do you calculate this? Calculation is again based on the 2x2 table. Again, A is your disease that is present and the result of the test is positive, and B is the disease that is absent and the test shows that it is positive. Right? A plus B is those all individuals in which the test result is positive. So amongst these test result that is positive, how many of them will have the disease? Okay, so amongst these total positive, because of the result of the new test, how many of will have the disease? So the formula will be A upon A plus B into 100. Okay, the negative predictive value will be C plus D, that is in all the individuals, okay, in which the test result is negative irrespective whether the disease is present, disease is absent. So C plus D, amongst these, how many of them do not have the disease and the test result is negative, which is D. So D upon C plus D into 100. So in this case, positive predictive value, just put in the values 80 upon 200 into 100. So here the positive predictive value becomes 40 and 180 upon 200 into 100, the negative predictive value becomes 90%. Okay. So sensitivity is A upon A plus C into 100. Specificity is D upon B plus D into 100, while predictive values are A upon A plus B and negative predictive value is D upon C plus D. Okay. Now, this is just one example that I want you to get on. Now, this is the diagnosis of microfilariasia in a village, where the prevalence is 5%. And the new test that is used is 90% sensitivity and 90% specificity. Yeah, is everyone able to understand this line? Diagnosis of microfilariasia in a village with 5% prevalence is there, and the new test is used, wherein the sensitivity is 90% and the specificity is 90%. Okay, now, for example, 1000 patients or 1000 individuals have been screened with 5% prevalence. Okay, the disease present, the disease absent. So the total is 50, disease absent, it is 90. Okay, with 90% sensitivity and 90% specificity, I have put in the values. Okay, and calculated the positive predictive value. Okay, now tell me the formula for the positive predictive value, PPV. It is
Divided by A plus B.
right. A by A divided by A plus B. So 45 divided by 140. In percentage, it comes to be 32%. Okay, now moving on to the next example. This is another village. Again, you're diagnosing microfilariasia in a village, but the prevalence is 20%. Again, I'm using a test which has 90% sensitivity and 90% specificity. Okay. Now, with this prevalence and 90% sensitivity and specificity, we have put in the values. Okay. And calculated the positive predictive value. So 180 upon 260, that is A upon A plus B, the positive predictive value comes to be 69%. Are you all understanding the difference here? Yeah. Why I wanted to show you all this is the predictive value. It depends on the prevalence. Yeah. Here the earlier example was 5% prevalence. The next example is 20% prevalence. Okay. So see, the predictive value is increased. So this is not the case with sensitivity or specificity. That the positive predictive value, it is dependent on the prevalence. Okay. Now moving on to decide whether your new test should have high sensitivity or high specificity. So whenever finally when we choose a test, we often have to accept a trade-off between a high sensitivity or a high specificity. So this is a trade-off. So for example, I'll give you certain tests or where you can use test where you have high sensitivity. Now, number one, an important example will be in such cases where important penalty is there for missing a patient with the disease. Can anyone give me one example where you have to pay a heavy penalty, where you cannot miss a patient with the disease? Yes. For example, in blood banks, where ELISA test is used, which has very high sensitivity, because missing HIV patients, yeah, can lead to serious consequences. Probability of the disease is low. In such cases also, you have to have test with high sensitivity. So probability of the test is low, wherein the sole purpose of the test is to discover asymptomatic patients. Like you have, you have those detection camps, diabetes detection camps. Yeah. So in which you detect diabetes. So probability of the disease is low. Also in the early stages for the workup of disease. So the tests for high sensitivity, examples of tests
Good afternoon, participants. There is some technical issue from Neelam ma'am's side, so ma'am will join within 2 to 5 minutes.
Hello. Yeah, extremely sorry. I think my room has some internet this thing. Anyways, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
And are my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So, which are the tests which have high specificity, or when do we use tests with high specificity? Whenever a false positive test can harm the patient physically or emotionally, as I've told you, declaring a person to be HIV positive. Yeah. And number two is to rule in a diagnosis which is suggested by other tests. For example, biopsy. Rule in the final diagnosis of maybe CA breast, CA prostate, or mammograms, PSA tests, etc. So there are certain tests which are used, like serum ferritin test, which has 90% specificity, yeah, to detect the iron deficiency. So it is always up to you what test has to be chosen in these conditions. So there is always a trade-off between high sensitivity and high specificity. Now moving on to tests wherein you get continuous results. Okay, the test results here are continuous, like many diagnostic tests like the blood sugar in the diagnosis of diabetes mellitus or hemoglobin in cases of anemia, they give you continuous tests. So here we have certain questions to at what point, yeah, at what cutoff point a decision should be taken that yes, this will be a positive test. So you should have a cutoff point. So for such tests, a decision must be taken as what will constitute a positive test. What will constitute a positive test? So this value is called the cutoff point. Now again, this decision requires a trading between increase in sensitivity or a decrease in specificity or vice versa. Okay. Now just an example wherein you evaluate the prostate cancer with PSA cutoff of 4 nanogram per ml. Here the test sensitivity is 20% and the test specificity is 90%. Yeah? Yes? Is it visible? Are you able to understand? This is evaluation of CA prostate with PSA cutoff of 4 nanogram per ml. Now, again, if we change the cutoff to 3 nanogram per ml, yeah, calculate the sensitivity and the specificity, it will change. So increased detection of true positive, but increased detection of false positive will also be. In such cases, we use the receiver operating characteristic or the ROC curve. Yeah. So what is the ROC curve? Has anyone ever heard about the ROC curve or the receiver operating characteristic curve, ROC curve? Yes. It is a graphical representation between your sensitivity and specificity of the test. So the graphical representation that shows us the relationship between sensitivity and the specificity of the diagnostic test. Now ROC curve is constructed by plotting the true positive rate, that is sensitivity against the specificity. So ROC curve is constructed by plotting the true positive rate, that is sensitivity, against the false positive rate, that is the specificity. Okay, so this is the ROC curve, this is the sensitivity, and this is 1 minus specificity. Okay, so now when is this curve useful? This curve is useful to find out the optimal cutoff point, to least misclassify disease or subjects. It also evaluates the discriminatory ability of a test. How much is the test capable of discrimination to correctly pick up the disease, to correctly pick up the non-disease subjects. It also is helpful for comparing the efficacy of 2 or more tests for assessing the same disease. You have the same disease, but there are many tests. So you can compare how efficient or how is the efficacy of these 2 or more than 2 tests for assessing the same disease. And also it is useful for comparing the inter-observer variability. Comparing 2 or more observers measuring the same test. So ROC curve is very helpful in such cases. Now can you see this? Okay, this is sensitivity, that is the true positive rate, and on this axis you have 1 minus specificity, which is the false positive rate. This point is the point where your sensitivity of the test and specificity of that test, sensitivity of the test is 0 and specificity of the test is 1. At the end of this axis, the sensitivity is 0 and the specificity is 0. At the end of this axis, the sensitivity is 1 and specificity is 1. Okay, the test should always fall near. Okay, now from this point to this point, this is the line of equality or the random chance line. This means if the test performance is falling here in this area, that means this is the worst performance of the test. It cannot predict the presence or the absence of disease. Okay, if the test is falling somewhere here, okay, near 1, that means the test results are excellent. So area under the ROC curve, if it is 1, interpretation of the test accuracy is perfect. 0.9 to 1, it is excellent. Falls down to good, fair, and poor. Okay, so this is the ROC curve. Okay, and these are the area under the curve. So this is the interpretation of the test accuracy. Area under the curve 1, that means the test accuracy is perfect. Moving on to another statistics, that is the kappa statistics. Now, when do we use kappa statistics? Whenever there is disagreement or agreement between 2 observers or within the same observer. It is used to compare 2 tests. Now, kappa statistics is used to study the agreement and disagreement between 2 observers or within the same observer, that is inter-observer and intra-observer relation. It can be used to compare 2 tests when your gold standard test is not available, and it assesses your sensitivity and specificity. So, observed frequency of agreement minus the expected frequency of agreement upon the total observed minus the expected frequency of agreement are your kappa statistics. This is just one of the statistics where it studies the inter-observer and intra-observer relation. Okay, so this was one example where you can calculate the kappa statistics. Now, if the A is less than 0, that is there is no agreement. 0.8 to 1, that means it is excellent agreement. there is one more parameter wherein it combines both sensitivity and specificity into a single measure. And this parameter is your LR, or your likelihood ratios. These combine both sensitivity and specificity into a single measure, and it essentially tells us how many times more a test result is to be found in disease compared to non-disease. It is an alternating way of evaluating and interpreting the diagnostic test. And they also help in making a choice of diagnostic test or sequence of that test. For example, there are two types: the positive likelihood ratio and the negative likelihood ratio. The LR positive is a true positive upon the false positive rate. That is your A upon A plus B divided by B upon B plus D. Okay. So more this ratio or more the value, more better it is. And the likelihood ratio negative, where it is a true negative rate, which is divided by the false negative rate, the smaller is better. But these likelihood ratios, they do not take into account prevalence or any other information. Okay, so like in your other parameters, right? So we have seen the ROC curve. Here we have seen the kappa statistics and the likelihood ratios. There are certain diagnostic odds ratio, probabilities. Okay, so these are the other parameters that are useful for the diagnostic test. So till now, the total parameters that we have seen is most importantly the sensitivity, the specificity, the predictive values, the positive predictive value, the negative predictive value. Okay. We have also seen the cutoff points. How do we plot it? We plot it on the ROC curve, wherein the and kappa statistics as well as the likelihood ratios. Now moving on to reporting of these studies using the diagnostic test. The reporting of these studies, there are certain checklists that have been there for reporting of the studies. Number one is the START checklist. It's the standard for reporting the diagnostic accuracy studies. This is just a checklist of nearly around 30 items. Okay, so this is developed by the START steering group. And why is it there? It just ensures that your reporting is complete and transparent. So it ensures both completeness and transparencies of reporting by the authors. It is also useful for the editors, peer reviewers, and you can get it on this website. The next is the PODAS checklist, which is nothing but the quality assessment of diagnostic accuracy studies. It is a 14-item checklist and it helps in the evaluation of diagnostic accuracy studies. It is mostly used for preparing and presenting the systematic reviews. So summarizing whatever has been said till now. So we know that given that both the benefit and harm, it accompanies the use of the test. So use of the new test or whatever newer test we need to evaluate, the clinician should use it judiciously. And it should be used with a clear understanding of its implications, how it will be implicated in the future. Maybe for the diagnosis, maybe for the further management. So evaluating a diagnostic test is very, very important in such cases. Thank you so much. Shall I stop the share? Hello? Am
Yes,
I
ma'am.
audible? Yeah, yeah. Hello? Yes, Nikita madam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful session. So participants, if they are having any doubts, they can ask, or else we can proceed to the next session. I guess, ma'am, participants don't have any doubts. So we will move towards the next session.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Sandeep,
sure.
sir, over to you. Okay. So ma'am, you're joining or you will then join at 3 o'clock, ma'am? Or you are
I think I'll be there for some time. Hello? Am I audible, madam? Yes, madam. I'll be there for some time and then I'll join. At
fine, ma'am, fine.
Yeah, okay, madam.
Okay, fine. Thank you so
I'll
much.
be there for some
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay. Sandeep, sir, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I must compliment Dr. Neelam ma'am for an excellent preview or review of this diagnostic tests. It has enhanced my understanding of diagnostic tests. It was done in a very, very, very precise manner and it enhanced my understanding. The second thing is I want to apologize because I took way above my allotted time in my first presentation. I hope it has not inconvenienced Dr. Neelam ma'am.
Not at all, sir.
So-
Not at all.
So sorry for that. I didn't understand. I thought that my time is till 11:15 when it was in fact 10:45 or 11. Okay, so without much ado, I think I'll start with the next session, and that is critical appraisal of journal article. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now, can you see my slides? You must not be seeing my slides, I suppose. So I'll share my screen. Is my screen seen now?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So I will share it. I will make it into fine. So now we are looking at critical appraisal of a journal article. Now this session, in fact, has been divided into two. What's the time for the lecture? It will consist of a lecture and yes, I talk to you. Okay, so let me acknowledge individuals who have helped me, the experts who have helped me formulate this lecture. So it's Dr. Sudeep Shah, Dr. Nitya Gopte, Dr. Dilip Karnad, and Dr. Kapadia. They are from various institutions, and I'm really grateful to them for allowing me to use some of their slides and also for enhancing my understanding. This particular activity of critical appraisal has been divided into two. One is a lecture that I will deliver, and the second one is a session where we will interact with the delegates. I have already given an article. I hope the delegates have received that article, and which we will critically appraise. So why should we read a research article? So one thing is, what are the alternatives for research article? One, we can read textbooks, for example, the Harrison's textbook of medicine, Nelson's, and in your own specialty or in your own field, there would be textbooks. Now, the problem with textbooks is that textbooks come periodically. That is, if one particular edition is there in 1 year, then the next edition comes 4 or 5 years later. So whatever happens in between period, say 1 year later, 2 years later, is not updated immediately. The second thing is that the creation of the content of a textbook itself takes a year or two. So whatever is printed in 2022 has been collected and collated in 2020 or 2021. So the information that is there in a textbook is at least 1 year old. Second thing is there are books like recent advances, reviews, and other things. Now, the problem with reviews is if it's a narrative review, then it brings in with it the bias of that particular writer or the author. We may be an expert, but every expert may have bias about a particular issue or a particular opinion. So they carry that opinion along. There are abstracts available over internet or in the as hard copies of research done. Now the problem with that is that it is not the whole truth, because abstract gives just a summary. So we cannot deduce the whole truth from abstracts. And another thing is, for doctors, there are medical representatives who give them information. The medical representatives, when they give information about a new drug that a company has brought in, it's a very biased information where the advantages are over exaggerated or exaggerated, and the information regarding limitations and side effects is likely to be not given or maybe minimized or given in a extremely succinct manner. So that's the reason why we should be required to read a research article. There is no way going away from research article. Either we get biased information otherwise, or we get an information which is outdated. Now, the next question that comes is, why should we evaluate a research article? Now, it is important to evaluate a research article because on the basis of findings in a research article, we will decide about the treatment and the preventive strategies. Again, I come to the same thing. If a research article tells us that A is better than B, then we would like to use A in our patients. So but is it the real truth? That is what we have to evaluate, and that is the reason why I need to evaluate a research article. Even when the research article is written, I said that reviews will have their own bias, but even research articles can have bias. For example, the author or the scientist who has done the study and has reported them he has a bias when doing the study and writing the article, right? He may suppress certain facts, or he may not accurately represent them, or he may give less importance to certain facts. And that is the reason that these vested interests can ensure that the article doesn't represent the truth. Similarly, reviewers who review the article before publishing or editors of the journal also have certain interest biases and themselves. Another thing is, pharmaceutical company spends money or invests money in these new articles. There is nothing wrong in having these competing interests, but these competing interests may unduly influence what goes in a research article. And that's the reason why we should ourselves have an ability on the basis of what is written in the research article to decide what is the real truth in this. And we should not remain gullible, okay? That somebody tells us something and we take it as truth and act according to that. We should have our own ability to analyze and do the necessary and take the necessary decision on the basis of a fair judgment. Another advantage is, if a new drug is found to be effective or whatever, and we are skilled enough in analyzing the article properly, we can write a letter to editors saying that these are the fallacies in this particular article or in this particular study, and get the response of the investigator, so that for the whole scientific community, the matters are clarified. And second, and the most important thing is, it is great fun, because here what we are doing is, somebody has done a study over 5 years, right? The company has spent money. The individual has spent a lot of time, lot of brain power, right? A lot of time in supervising the study, meeting participants, and we are here sitting in an air-conditioned room, just finding faults, and finding faults of somebody else is a matter of great fun. So reviewing an article written by somebody else is a great fun, but it also helps us. Because when we are analyzing somebody else's work, we get to know what mistakes or errors have crept in, and we can ensure that when we do research, these errors and mistakes will not happen. So whenever we are doing critical appraisal, it is essential for us because we are ultimately going to make our decisions regarding treating our patients or preventing diseases on the basis of research article findings and their interpretation. Second thing is that we take care of vested interests who are trying to influence us and ensure that we reach the correct truth. It's a matter of great fun, but on top of it, it improves our research, our thinking, our analytical skills. And that's the reason why we should evaluate research. Now, when we are evaluating research article, that analysis has two parts. One is we analyze the article and we analyze the research behind the article. So when we are analyzing the article, we are looking at what is the information that is given in introduction, material and methods, results, discussion. That's the main core of the article. We may also look at how the title is, abstract is, references are, and languages. So most journals follow this IMRAD pattern, which consists of I standing for introduction, M for material and methods, R for results, and D for discussion. Now, what should be written in introduction? It should describe the current state of knowledge. It should enlist the gaps in that knowledge, and it should provide enough information for the reader to judge the need to conduct the study. So introduction provides rationale of the study and state the aim. So on an article basis, we have to decide at the end of reading introduction why this study was required. From ethical point of view, it will tell us, was the study really needed? And from methodology point of view, it should tell us why the study was done. So this is what the introduction should tell us, and we should learn from it. And also, what are the aims and objectives? The material and methods answers three questions, or should answer three questions for us. What has been done? What did the investigations look for? And how was it done? So it should tell us about the study design. It should tell us about the setting, where the study was done. Was it done in the community? Was it done in a healthcare center? Was it a primary care center? Was it a tertiary care center? Who is the study about? Who are the participants? What did you do? What was the intervention? How was the follow-up done? What did you look for? That is the outcome measure. Statistical methods and ethical considerations. This is what broadly the material and method should give. Is this information available or not? That will give us the idea whether the complete information has been provided to us or not. And in results, we should get how many participants were screened, how many were found eligible to participate, how many consented for participation, how many completed the study, what was the compliance with the study therapy or protocol. Are the raw figures provided? If an author says many developed headache, now that is of no use to us. Whether many means 7 out of 100, 15 out of 100, 99 out of 100, we do not know. So we should get raw figures. Are there any gaps or discrepancies and contradictions in the data? What it means is, in one table, the total number of participants is 75. In the text somewhere, it is mentioned as 76. In another table, it is 102. Then we do not know whether it is authentic or not. So are there certain discrepancies in the article? What about the statistical analysis? Are the correct statistical tests used? Has the sample size been done? How was it determined? All these details have to be provided by the author. And ultimately, what was the outcome measure? in the results, we should try to find out, is the information complete in all respects? Now, in the previous presentation, Neelam ma'am talked about the STARD guidelines. So there are guidelines to consider whether the article is giving appropriate and complete information or not. For example, for randomized controlled trials, the guidelines that are used are CONSORT guidelines. For observational studies, we have STROBE guidelines. For diagnostic tests, we have STARD guidelines. And all these guidelines are available on this network, Equator network. If you see on the right side column of the slide, you will see the type of the studies or the study design and what are the guidelines. For randomized trial, CONSORT guidelines, observation. So this is the only network that you have to remember. Equator stands for Enhancing the Quality and Transparency of Health Research. And every guideline has a list of items. For example, if I take CONSORT guidelines, these are the this is the checklist that is there. Now, if we come to introduction, see what is given over there. Background and objectives, scientific background and explanation of rationale. Remember my first slide, one of my slides which said what should be there in introduction. So when you read an article, you should get background information and rationale of the study. If it is there, that means it has been conveyed to you. Specific objectives and the hypothesis. If you come to methods, it will have subsections like trial design, participants, interventions, outcomes. So let us see trial design, description of the trial design. Second thing is important changes to methods after trial commencement. So whether information about all these things has been provided or not is to be judged. So these CONSORT guidelines or these guidelines are considered to be the best practices in reporting a research article. And we should use it not only to analyze other articles, but even when we are writing an article, we should sit with these CONSORT guidelines and see whether our article provides all these elements of information. Now, discussion is the next section that is there after introduction, material and methods or methods and results. It should give summary of key findings in the first paragraph. It will provide a summary of previously published evidence which agrees with your findings and which does not agree with your findings. Then discuss these differences in findings and probable reasons for the same. Describe the strengths of your study, describe the limitations of your study, and what new evidence does this study bring to the table. It should interpret and describe the implications in the context of totality of evidence. That is, evidence that was so far there and the evidence that you have generated. With this, what should be done? Is really A better than B? Should my practice change? Should I treat a subset of patients in a different manner? This is what the discussion should provide answer to. It can also talk about impact that my study will have or study findings will have on patient care, health policy, and future research. And these conclusions and recommendations should be based on the data that is generated in this study. This is the analysis that we will do as far as the discussion is concerned and the article, the way it has been written, is concerned. Now we come to the second part of the analysis, and that is the way research has been completed. So far, we have looked at whether details have been given in an appropriate manner, whether complete information has been given, whether the information given is sufficient for us to determine whether the study has reasonable, article describes the study in a reasonable manner. Now we are looking at the research that has been done, the underlying research study which is being reported, what should we look for it? Is this research done appropriately? That is the research question, the participants, the sample size, the setting, the methods that are followed for randomization and blinding. Are measures taken to minimize the bias? And if so, if it is done appropriately, are these research findings that are applicable to patients that I see in my practice, right? Now, let us start with the thing. The first thing that we have to determine is the study necessary? We have found so far when we analyze the article that the author has given us sufficient information to decide the need for doing the study. But that is his view or her view. Here, when we are looking at the research ourselves, we have to judge on the basis of what the author has done, on the basis of information and knowledge that I have, and on the basis of information that I collect additionally from the internet or from the books or from my practice, to decide was the research necessary. So first we have to see what is the research question. Is the research really required? Is it timely? Is it relevant? Or is the answer already known and the author is just stating that it is not known and justifying the need to do the study? Is it likely to generate new information? Is it likely to provide new insights in the problem? Is what we have to decide. If the answers to any of these is no, meaning that if the research is not relevant to me, if the answer is already known, then I should not even go further and read the study and waste my time. Because even if it is done properly, the answer is anyway known. However, if the answer is not known or there are two views about it which have equal weightage, then I should go and read this study and maybe even analyze the study. Once the research, I feel that the research is timely, I should look at the objectives that has been stated. Are they related and appropriate to the research question? Any objective should be classified as primary and secondary objectives, and maybe even exploratory objectives. The primary objectives are the ones which are the main objectives that will answer the research question, the core of the research question, whereas secondary objectives and exploratory objectives will give additional information about that research question. Next thing is study site. So is the study site appropriate for the research question posed, right? So that has to be decided by us. For example, if they are looking at what are the causes of headache in population, right? And if they have chosen the study site as neurosurgery OPD, then that site, though it has been reported that we have judged when we are analyzing the article, it is not appropriate because all patients who have headache do not go to neurosurgery OPD. First, they would be seen in general OPD, the common causes and the minor causes. Hello? And the minor causes of headache will get treated in general physicians OPD. Those who have do not have a complete treatment, they may go to medicine OPD. Those who do not get treatment may go to neurology OPD. Only those where the cause is considered or supposed to be, or what should I say, suspected to be because of a surgical thing, will come to a neurosurgery OPD. So if my research question is what are the common causes of headache, if the study is done in neurosurgery OPD, I would say that the site is not appropriate for the research question that has been posed. So that is what I mean as analysis of the article itself and analysis of the research itself. I may not be able to give example for each and every aspect because for short of time, but this is where some of the things I will explain. So in the article, we find in the analysis of article where we find whether complete information has been given, but in the analysis of research, we determine whether that was appropriate And better question to ask is, if I were to do a study, what better I would do? So in this question, I would rather go to community, but that would mean too many interviews to be done, or I will go to a general practice OPD or to a general physician's OPD if I want to know the causes of headache in general population. I hope I have explained it sufficiently. Now, second question is, are the participants appropriate for the study? Okay, so we have target population, we have accessible population, and we have study population. If I am doing a study to find out whether drug A or drug B is better than diabetics, then my target population is all individuals who have diabetes in this world is my target population. Accessible population is the one are the diabetics who come to my clinic or to my institution. And my study population will be based on my eligibility criteria, that is the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So are the inclusion and exclusion criteria appropriately designed? See, when we do the study, we cannot take all diabetics. Why? Because there will be a lot of variability in the population. So I may take a subset of population. For example, if I'm doing a study in diabetics, I would rather want to have diabetics who have diabetes at least for 4 years, which has not been controlled with diet and other things, because otherwise it will take a long time, because first I will have to make changes in diet, exercise pattern, lifestyles, see whether they respond to it or not. If they don't respond to it, then start on to consider them for pharmacological therapy. However, that will waste a lot of time and a lot of resources will be gone. So I will still try to select patients who are confirmed diabetics where diet and lifestyle changes have been tried or they have not been found to be effective. So I will take such subset of population. Now my issue is are these criteria properly described? Are they specific, precise, clear, and non-contradictory? You may be aware of external validity and internal validity. What is internal validity is to what extent the truth, the findings in the study represent the truth in the study, right? If the study is properly done, properly carried out, there should be no problem with the internal validity. What is external validity is to what extent my findings in the study will coincide with the truth in the whole population. Because ultimately, if I find that drug A is better than drug B, I'll be using it in the whole population. When I do the study by eligibility criteria, I take population of diabetics who have diabetes for at least 10 years, who have HbA1c more than 8. I will take individuals who do not have arrhythmias, cardiac arrhythmias, who do not have renal failure, who do not have hepatic failure, who do not who are not drug addicts, who are not pregnant. Now my issue is, when I try to use it in my OPD, I will get all these patients who have some degree of renal derangement, who may have some degree of hepatic derangement, who may be on multiple drugs. Now I have not used these drugs, this particular therapy in these groups of patients. So external validity is something that I have to predict as to whether that will be useful and effective and safe or not. If I have still taking a very limited population, very concise population, then the problem is the external validity may suffer. So, but I have to make this compromise. As I said, if I take every diabetic coming in, then I will have a problem of variable, I will have a lot of sample size. So, to what extent participants who get enrolled are appropriate for research question and study objectives, and to what extent they would be compromising my external validity, that I have to judge. So based on analysis, on my analysis about this, I will determine whether the study population that they have taken in, to what extent does it represent the population that comes to my OPD. The next thing is, we have to see whether if the study is properly carried out or not, is the study design. Is that study design appropriate? For example, somebody has used a study design which is observational study, that there were some patients who were started on A, some patients who are started on B, drug for treatment of diabetes, and they were followed up for whatever 1 year of age, 1 year of follow-up, 2 years of follow-up, and then they found out that drug A is better than drug B or not. Now I have to judge whether this is the appropriate study design. As you know, for a treatment purposes, the best study design or the study design which gives the highest level of evidence is the randomized controlled trial. Here, this is not a randomized controlled trial. This is a cohort observational study where drug A and drug B is compared. The problem is patients who get into drug A may not be similar to those who are getting in group where patients are given drug B, and hence they may not be comparable at the start of the study. So I must say that although whole information is given complete, it is well described. However, the study design that they have used does not generate the highest level of evidence, and hence this is not a high level of evidence, and I do not think that this study has been done properly. If I were to do this study, I would have done this study as a randomized control trial. So I hope you are getting the difference. When we are looking at the article, we see whether all the elements are described or not. When we analyze the research, we look at whether it is done appropriately or not based on the research question and objectives of the study. They may be using procedures like randomization. So we have to see whether this randomization has been done appropriately or not. So the article may describe that the participants were randomized, and they will say that all patients who came on Monday, Wednesday, Friday were put in group A. Those who came on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday were put on group B. And this is how it is randomized. Now, this is completely given. So we'll take it in consort guideline that the information has been given, but we know that this is not true randomization, it is pseudo randomization. Because what happens is, it is not by chance that they will get into A or B. It is not that every participant has equal chance of getting into group A or B. It is determined by the day on which it comes. So this is not true randomization. So I will say that even though the information given is complete, the randomization has not been done properly. So there is definitely going to be a selection bias in this study. Blinding is ideal for every randomized control trial. It should be implemented whenever possible to avoid a bias where your findings can be influenced by your bias. And hence blinding has been there. So now they may have described the blinding, that this is all was done. You have to decide whether it is reasonable to expect that the blinding was implemented appropriately and was effective. If the blinding is ineffective, for example, one drug gave rise to red colored urine and the other one did not have red colored urine. If these two groups talk to each other, they will know that those who are having red colored urine are having one type of therapy and the others are having another type of therapy, and even the doctor will know, right? Because the patient will complain of red colored urine. So though it is expected that blinding would be done, this blinding is unlikely to be effective. So this is what we do to determine if the study has been done appropriately or not. The same thing comes when you are looking at the comparator. Is it appropriate, right? If it's a placebo, is it justifiable to give a placebo? Because if there is a standard of therapy that is there, then you cannot have placebo as a comparator. So there is an ethical issue as well. Now we come to outcome measure. Now in health research, we usually study 5 or 6 Ds. What do we measure? We measure death or mortality. We measure occurrence of disease. We measure disability. We measure discomfort, for example, pain or anything. And we measure dissatisfaction. Now, when we make judgment about outcome measure, we should say whether it is the research question appropriate, is the outcome measure appropriate for the research question posed and objective of the study. For example, if I want to, I have a drug which is taking care of, which is used in treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Okay, and I want to find out how well are these patients of rheumatoid arthritis are after therapy with drug A or drug B after 1 year, right? And I say that I will measure TNF alpha levels. Now, TNF alpha levels are a measurement of inflammation. They may not always be equivalent to how well the patient is doing. So if my objective is to study how well are the patients, maybe measuring pain or measuring ability to carry out daily activities, or how my life is going on, questionnaire. If that is used, that could be a better outcome measure than TNF alpha levels, though TNF alpha levels may be extremely objective. An outcome measure, because we do health research, we do clinical research. So is that outcome measure clinically relevant is another thing that we have to determine. Is the same outcome measure used in all participants? That is what we have to see. In some you have used pain scales, in some of you have used a questionnaire, in some of them you have used something else. That cannot be an appropriate way to compare. How are the comparisons valid? Are they blinded or are they by objective measurement? Are they reproducible? Are they complete? And statistical significance and clinical significance. So this is what we have to judge to determine if the outcome measure is appropriate for the particular research question and for the particular study. If a surrogate marker is there, does it go as per the clinical outcome? That we have to decide. Now, here are some of the examples where certain drugs that were found to be effective for certain points, right? For example, take the first one, intensive treatment of type 2 diabetes mellitus. The surrogate endpoint that was used was the HbA1c level less than 6%, right? However, the patient endpoint really that matters is whether there is increased mortality or not, right? Now, for milronin, the cardiac contractility, increased cardiac contractility is there with milrinone or not was judged. But in fact, the mortality was found on that increased mortality. So measuring outcome measure, measuring outcome outcome measure is extremely important. An outcome measure is extremely important. It should be clinically relevant and the most important from patient's perspective. That is how we should look at it in clinical medicine. Of course, there is another section in material and methods, and that is related to ethics. So did the study undergo independent ethical review and was approved by the ethics committee? Whether written informed consent was taken or not? Because bad ethics is bad science and bad science is bad ethics. You cannot do a study trampling upon the participants' rights and do it only for science. Wherever relevant was assent taken, as we discussed in children, and whether principles of research ethics followed or not, that we just had in previous presentation, autonomy, beneficence and non-maleficence, and justice at every step of the conduct of research. It's extremely important to judge. They may have reported, we have to see on the basis of information that I have given, whether all these things were followed up or not. Statistical methods. Now, if you do a study, it has to be done and you want to implement it. If you do pilot studies to determine what really happens and whether there is an additional research required to be done or not, that's a different matter altogether. But if you are doing a study to ultimately answer the question whether I should use this drug or not, use this therapy or not, then the sample size should be adequate. We should also find out whether it is appropriately powered or not. and whether descriptive and analytical statistics that is used, the analytical tests that are being used are correct or not, appropriate or not to the data that has been generated. Now, this is as far as the methodology is concerned. So, methodology is something that when we are as a reader, when we read, we just browse through the methodology because we take it for granted that it must have been done appropriately. But when we are looking at it for critical appraisal, that is one of the important sections that we have to look at. So we look at introduction first to find out whether the study was necessary or not. Are they relevant to my practice or not? If it is not, we should stop looking at the study. There is no point in reading the study if it is not, if the study is not required. It is required, then we have to study whether it has been appropriately done or not. If it is not appropriately done, there is no need to read results and discussion, because if it is not appropriately done, then in that case, it is unlikely to give results which are going to be of useful to me. When we look at results, we have to see whether the two groups have appropriate baseline parameters or not. So there should be a table which will tell me whether ultimately the populations that were entered into group A and in group B, whether they were similar for important characteristics or not. As I said, another thing, do the observations tally, number of participants, follow-up, all those things, the figures that are given, is there any discrepancy in that? Then they have given a particular thing as an outcome measure, primary outcome measure. Has that been reported or not? Because they may state it in material and methods, but they may not report it in results because there is no difference between the two groups. And they may talk about some other objectives or other outcome measures that they have studied. Remember one thing, the sample size is calculated on the basis of primary outcome measure, and hence it is extremely essential that we get to know what happened to the primary outcome measure, right? Then look for pitfalls. Are there too few participants or too many participants? Is this randomization real or not? Is the blinding effective or not? And how are the biases in the study? And what efforts are being taken for minimizing these biases? Now, look at what is the take-home message from the study. For take-home message in the study that they have reported, are the study participants similar? Because if they are not similar, then what will happen? The differences between the two could be because of the drug, differences in the drug, but they could also be because of differences in the study population. Given the limitations in the way study was done, are the results closer to the study? So that is what we talked about in internal validity. How relevant are these interventions and study results to my patients? Because I am going to use these study findings in my patients. So are my patients similar to those who were used in the study? In the light of overall evidence, should I change my practice? Are the inadequacies in the study conduct too many? Or are they reasonable and nothing better could have been done? And are the clarifications required? If so, should I write to the author or to the editor for getting these clarifications? This is what I should look at it. Now, I will close with this example before we start analyzing the study. And that is, this is what happened in 2009. My neighbor had a primary liver tumor in the setting of hepatitis B cirrhosis. So what is the best option for treatment in this patient? So if this has happened, the standard textbooks, this has happened in 2009. So standard textbook was of 2004. So it was already 5 years old. And as I told you, it must have collected information of 2002 or 2003, right? So, and it was a chapter. So it is opinion of a person. So ultimately single author brings a lot of personal bias. Now the treatment that there was an article in 2008 which said that for sorafenib that was a phase 3 double-blind placebo-controlled trial which included 602 patients with advanced hepatocellular carcinoma. This is what this patient had. as there was no standard of care, this drug was given to 400 in the dose of 400 milligram twice daily, and the other group was given placebo because there was no standard curative treatment. The supportive treatment was being given. And the results showed that there was 44% increase in survival, right? That is, p-value was less than 0.05, in fact, much below 0.05. And it was stated that this is the first chemotherapeutic agent successful. Now, I would like delegates to tell me, should I use this drug? Hello?
After explaining about the survival rate and after consent of patient, we can use it.
Okay. So your opinion is that because you are right, this is a phase 3 randomized control trial, right? Placebo because there was no, so it's ethical. 602 is a large number of patients for an uncommon disease like hepatocellular carcinoma, right? And there is 44.
There is no sound. Participants, there was some technical issue from Sir's side, so Sir has joined back now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So we were at this side when somebody said that we would like to use it. Okay. So now we get additional information. Okay. The median survival, we found that sufficient number of participants, right? Placebo. So, but it was ethical, and that
Site is not visible, sir.
Slide is not visible. Okay, fine. Just a moment. Okay. Visible. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we looked at the previous slide where sufficient number of participants, statistical significance, and 44%. So we got the answer that we will use it. The answer should be we will look at additional data. So what was the additional data? That median survival was 10.7 months, 7.9 months. That means patients who use the drug had a survival that is around 80 days maybe, right? And disease progression of 5.3 months versus 2.2 months in placebo. And there were adverse events. So cardiac events occurred 3 times compared to placebo. Are we getting it? Complete information, more information now? So do you want to use it? So we are not probably that sure. We were more sure when we saw the first slide, which showed 44% increase in survival. Now we are not that sure because there are 3 times more cardiac events. And in fact, so when we look at statistical significance, that is important. I'm not disputing that. But we should look at even quantum of benefits. So what is the quantum of benefits? Quantum of benefits is 2.8 months, right? So do you want to use it? Anyone? So now let's get additional information. Look at the cost of therapy is rupees 2 lakhs per month. And my neighbor was a school teacher. Okay. So when we take decisions regarding whether to change our practice and therapy or not, they are based, of course, on the efficacy of the drug. They are also based on safety of the drug. They're also based on quantum of benefit that I will get. Okay. And they're also dependent on the cost of therapy. So when we take these decisions and when we read a research article, we should look at how the article has been written. Is complete information given? Was the study done properly? What are the results? And in my patients, depending upon their socio-cultural, emotional, and all factors that are there, should I change my practice and should I change my therapy? So this is some instance of critical of a research article. So thank you for listening. If there are any queries and clarifications that you require, please let me know. The second part, what I want to do is, maybe after a break, I suppose, is that we will look at an article which has already been distributed. And I'm told that there are 4 groups that have been made of delegates, and at least sufficient number of participants have already read the article. So the first group will comment on introduction. The second group will comment on methodology. The third group will comment on the the results, and fourth group will comment on discussion and conclusion. So this is how we will go to critically appraise the article. Any questions, clarifications that you have, I will be very happy to answer.
So when we were discussing outcome measure, there was a term surrogate endpoint. So can you elaborate that, like explain it?
Okay. So surrogate endpoint is the one that you are not already directly measuring. I'll give you an example. You are aware of a condition called hypercalciuria, where
Yes.
more calcium goes into the urine, right? And it may
Right.
have symptoms, it may not have symptoms, right? Some of children, I will talk about children because I am a pediatrician by training. So some of the children will have, no symptoms, which will be found accidentally. Some of the children will have pain while micturition. Some of them will have stones, and some of them may have gross hematuria. Okay. So if I use a direct measurement, right? What do I have to measure? I have to measure calcium calcium excretion in urine. So if I take 24-hour calcium excretion, or I am going to do on a spot sample serum calcium by serum creatinine, right? Or serum calcium 100 ml or 100 ml of urine, whatever. This is direct measurement, right? Because I want to know whether it is hypercalciuria or not, and I am looking at direct levels. Is that clear?
Yes.
Right? You understood direct measurement of the space. Now, but I do not have a laboratory which measures calcium, right? So I will take, instead of calcium measurement, direct measure of calcium, a surrogate marker. Now, what surrogate marker I may use? So I'll say I will measure the children who have microscopic hematuria. Okay. So I will collect urine sample and I will see whether they have high RBCs in the urine. That is more than 5 RBCs per high power field. Okay. So now RBCs is being used as a surrogate marker for serum calcium level to determine whether there is hypercalciuria or not. So when you are using a surrogate marker, sorry, there is always a compromise, right? Because
Right.
all patients of hematuria may not have hypercalciuria. Some of them may be because of nephritis. Some of them may be because of urinary tract infection, right?
Right.
At the same time, there may be some who have hypercalciuria but do not have microscopic hematuria. Is that clear? So when
Yes,
we are
sir.
using a surrogate marker, there is a compromise that we do. But if otherwise I will not be able to do this study at all in my population because I don't have the wherewithal of getting that thing done. So this is how I use surrogate marker. So the surrogate marker that I use should be as close as possible to the main outcome measure that I should have measured directly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anything else? So should we close this session, and is there a break after this?
Yes, sir. So after 30 minutes, we will come back, sir. Then we will start with the group activity.
Yes, so it is 13:15 around. So at 13:45.
Okay, fine, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So all the
Sure.
participants take break now and please come by 1:45 for the group activity and further sessions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
थोडे
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, any instructions you would like to give regarding the activity?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of echo. Yeah, the thing is, what we will start with, I'll just give a brief introduction if I can start about the article and how we go about it. Should we start?
Sir.
Can we start?
Account.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can we start
Yes, sir.
or should we wait? Yeah,
We wait for because 36 participants have joined. We will start, sir.
we'll start. Fine. So is my co-instructor facilitator there, Dr. Neelam? Has she joined?
No, sir.
So
Ask her to join, sir.
No, I mean, she's supposed to be the co-facilitator. If she's busy, I can start, but
Okay.
whatever
Ma'am
you
will
say.
be joining for the next session, sir.
Next session?
Miss
Okay.
ma'am's session is there, so she said she will join for the session, sir. So shall
Okay,
we
fine.
start? Okay.
Yeah, sure. So, good afternoon. So, this is to a certain extent a practice for what we discussed in critical appraisal and to see how critical appraisal should be done. So, as we discussed earlier, critical appraisal consists of two things: that appraisal of the article itself and appraisal of the research behind it. Okay, so what I'm going to share is an article, copy of which has been given. Do you have the PDF ready, ma'am, of the article that I sent?
Sir, it's been circulated in the group.
It's circulated now. Anyway, I will.
Yes, sir.
I will also upload it here so that I can shift between the two.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Can I share the
Sandeep,
screen?
sir.
Yes.
Sorry, I was speaking with Neelam, ma'am. She will be joining us in 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. But should I start because we have to finish the session at 3, or should I
Yes.
wait for her? Whatever you say.
No, you join, sir. You join. We will start, sir.
We'll start. Fine.
Yes.
Now, can I share the screen? You
Yes,
have given
sir.
me the rights of sharing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see where I can share. You are not able to see share the screen
No.
at the moment, right?
No, sir. If you want me to share, I will share, sir.
What is that?
The PDF you want me to share. If you want me to share,
No.
I will share.
You can share it, but give me the thing because I will be flipping between the two. So that's the thing.
Okay, so then you are the co-host now, so you can
Yes.
share from your side.
Okay, let me see where that thing is not coming up as to share the slides. So that's what is giving it jitters. Okay, let me close the unneeded windows first. Okay, fine. I got it. Now I have to share the screen, right? So,
Yes.
where is that article gone? Just give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Can you see? Can you see the article?
No, sir.
No. Fine. Okay.
No, sir.
Your screen sharing, that is. Can you see it now? Not yet?
Not yet, sir.
I'm surprised.
No, sir.
Okay, then I don't know what is the problem. Can you see it now? Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. I think I found the page.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So, participants, I'm sorry that for the delay. So, this is the article that you have received the copy. The title of the article is a multicentric double-blind placebo-controlled randomized prospective study to evaluate the efficacy and safety of Carica papaya leaf extract as empirical therapy for thrombocytopenia associated with dengue fever. Okay, the authors are Kasture et al. And then there is an abstract. So let us judge, though I did not discuss it, let us judge whether the title is appropriate or not, right? So title, when we have to see whether it is PICO, right? That is patient or problem. I is intervention. C is comparator. And O is outcome measure, right? So let us see what is it given. So do we have they described the P, the patient or the population or the problem? Who are the patients?
Yes, the patient suffering from dengue fever.
Very good. Patient's P is, what is the intervention? Intervention is?
Carica papaya leaf extract.
Very good. Now, PIC, comparator is?
Placebo.
Placebo, correct. What is the outcome measure?
Placebo.
Sorry?
Thrombocytopenia. So,
Right. Now they have described thrombocytopenia as an outcome measure. But looking at the title, we do not know whether it is the duration of thrombocytopenia, recovery from thrombocytopenia, depth of thrombocytopenia. We do not know what exactly about thrombocytopenia, right? Whether it will convert severe thrombocytopenia into mild thrombocytopenia, or it will cure thrombocytopenia within 3 days or not, that is the outcome measure. But they have given us a broad one as thrombocytopenia. Okay, in addition to that, they have stated that this is a double-blind randomized control study. Of course, it will be prospective. So we know even the study design. They have also told us that it is multicentric. So title seems to be overall adequate, isn't it? Yeah, you agree with me? Let the mics be on, I suppose, if there is no disturbance, especially those delegates. Yeah. So now what the plan that we will have is, we will not look at the entire and all the details. We will look at salient issues that we are supposed to look at. And what are we going to look at when we are doing it? What is this? What is the methodology of the trial?
RCT.
What is it? It is a randomized control trial. Very good. So now if it's a randomized control trial, if it is a randomized control trial, then in that case, what guidelines are we supposed to use? As we discussed, we are supposed to use CONSORT. The last edition was of 2010. Can you see my slide of CONSORT guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So these are the CONSORT guidelines
Yes,
which
sir,
are there.
CONSORT.
Hello. Yeah. So can you can see that, no? So what should we do? Look at that title. We should see whether it has been identified as a randomized trial or not in the title, which we saw that it was mentioned, and the structured summary in the abstract. We will not look at the abstract because we have very limited time, less than an hour, and then we will look at introduction, methods, etc., etc. Right? So this is the CONSORT guidelines that we will see to judge the article itself. However, we will do the analysis of the article and analysis of the research at the same time, right? Meaning we won't do that into two different parts, because when we are looking whether it is reported or not, and then we will also look at whether it is appropriate or not at the same time in the same discussion. So now we go to introduction. So in intro is the group which are supposed to report on introduction, group 1 ready? So group 1 can keep their, though members of the group 1 can keep their microphones active and active participate. Not that others are not allowed to participate. So in the introduction, what are we supposed to look at? We are supposed to look at background and objectives. So since I presume that all of you have read the background and the objective, you will come with your comments regarding background and objective. How long is the introduction? Introduction is running in 2 pages. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Usually introduction should be succinct. It should not be more than 1 or 2 paragraphs. As I can see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13 paragraph. 12, yeah. Aim also comes under introduction. So it is in 13 paragraphs. So first comment of mine would be that it is too extensive an introduction for a study. Okay, it should be there in 1 or 2 paragraphs. So what are the comments regarding introduction from any of the participants, preferably from those who are supposed to report on introduction?
Yes, sir.
But
Sir,
the
in
purpose of
introduction-
introduction, as we said, was to know what is the need for doing the study. Yes. What is the need for
Sir,
doing the study?
Sir, there is no need for us return.
There is no need. Is that what they have written? That is your interpretation.
Need is not mentioned.
Very good. Very good. Right? Because see, we know dengue. What is the important management that is there? Important management measures are, one is that there is no curative measure, right? There is nothing, no drug which will cure. Right? What is the problem with dengue? Problem with dengue is fluid problems, right? The fluid balance gets disturbed, right? And second problem is symptomatic problem, right? Patient may have a severe headache, may have fever, right? These are the symptomatic problems that we have to deal with. And fluid problems like edema, fluid getting into the third space, causing shock, and then organ failure, bleeding. These are the problems that will happen, or shock. So if we have to look at a new therapeutic measure, we have to look at measures which will change or ameliorate these manifestations, right? Thrombocytopenia is a manifestation of dengue fever. The thrombocytopenia can be severe also, but it is stated from current knowledge that thrombocytopenia really doesn't affect the treatment, doesn't affect the prognosis or the mortality rate in dengue fever. Are you agreeing with me?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if you had to justify this study, suppose you wanted to do that study, what should you have stated? What would be the justification to do this study? The pause is indicative that, really speaking, it is difficult to find justification, which is true. But if at all we have to justify, we may say that, however, the parents are worried, meaning in case of children, parents are worried and patients themselves are worried, relatives are worried that there is platelet count which is low, right? So though it will not affect the prognosis, I wanted to do a study so that platelet count comes earlier first, and the parental anxiety, the parents' anxiety, that should have been the justification. Are you in agreement with me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we should stop reading this article at this stage, but we have selected this article because we want to learn how to find the lacunae, right? Our purpose is not to gain knowledge, but to see whether we can find faults. And if we find more faults, we will learn from that exercise. That is the basic purpose, right? Right. So introduction, though it is given and it is lengthy, which in fact is the negative point, there is hardly any justification to do the study that has been provided. So they have not provided any justification, and we don't find any justification based on our knowledge. So really speaking, the purpose of necessity of doing the study has not been stated. Are we clear? So now let's go to group 2. Now group 2 can, their members can definitely put their microphones on and start describing. Now, if you see these consort guidelines, what are the elements in the study, in the method section that are given, and just see what has been given. So method trial design, description of the trial design. So have they given the trial design? That is study trial design. They have stated the study design, especially in the title itself, that it's a randomized controlled study, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that must have been given in methods. Now what we have to find out is, have they given other details? Now, in other details, I would say allocation ratio. What you understand? What is allocation ratio? Do you understand? Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So allocation ratio is whether what is the allocation ratio of participants to be allocated to the
Study.
and the control group, comparator. Whether it is 1:1, 1:2, 2:1, 3:1. So have they given that detail? So you can flip on to this. As I can see, subjects were randomized into 2 groups as control. It's in the second paragraph under material and methods. Both the groups were managed by standard management guidelines, but they have not given stated whether the allocation ratio was 1:1. That has not been stated. Do participants agree? They must have gone through. So this is a detail which is missing. So from an article, this is the detail that is missing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Now let us go to participants' eligibility criteria. Okay, 4A on the screen, your screen, 4A, eligibility criteria. So we have to see whether eligibility criteria are given and whether they are appropriate or not. So eligibility, there is inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That
Yeah.
they have mentioned.
They are given. So
Yes.
it is written as male and female patients above 18 years and below 60 years. Okay. It should have been male or, sorry, there is an issue somewhere. Okay. Fine. So there are male and female patients above 18 years and 60 years. So it is reasonable to take a young population, right? 18 to 60 years. So it has been given and it seems appropriate to the research question, right? This is how we judge whether the article has given enough information and whether this is appropriate for the study and the research question. Who are confirmed to have dengue fever and dengue hemorrhagic fever grade 1 and 2 by NSI antigen test. Okay, so they have included all grades of this thing. But what have they excluded? They have excluded DHF 3 and 4. Right? The patients who have dengue shock syndrome. Are you getting this? In which case, it should have been mentioned in the title itself that they are not studying the patients who have stage 3 and stage 4. Now, why this is required is, suppose I read the title and I don't read the methodology, I will think that whatever they have said is applicable to DHF 3 and DHF 4 as well.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Third criteria that they have used is patients who have thrombocytopenia with platelet count between 30,000 and 100,000 platelets per microliter. Now, what is severe severe thrombocytopenia? It is less than 50,000, 20,000. These are the ones which will be symptomatic and risky, isn't it? They have not studied all patients of thrombocytopenia, but they have studied patients with mild to moderate thrombocytopenia. So the title that they have stated, in title they have stated thrombocytopenia, which means the results of this particular study will be applicable, if at all, from patients who have mild to moderate thrombocytopenia. Am I making my things clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when you study a particular problem, you have to state upfront as to what are you studying, right? There you say thrombocytopenia. Here you are studying only mild thrombocytopenia. Then you should have stated what is the effect of Crapria papyri or whatever that drug is, study drug, in mild to moderate thrombocytopenia. If I am working in an ICCU or IPCU, I will say that this study is not relevant to me. Otherwise, I have to come till material and methods and say that, oh, it is only for mild thrombocytopenia. I don't bother about mild thrombocytopenia. Forget about it, right? So I am wasting my time. So you are not giving complete information in the title itself, right? Is that what am I making myself clear? Okay. Now they have stated patients with baseline ALT and ALT was more than 3 times the upper limit of normal range, but not more than 165, not more than 3 times, which means they are taking patients who are otherwise at less risk. They have thrombocytopenia, which is mild to moderate. They have hepatic dysfunction, probably, which is mild, if at all. right? So that they have not stated. We thought that they are taking patients of dengue fever, but they are taking even, in fact, patients with dengue fever who have milder manifestations. Okay. And then they have stated patients who are willing to give informed consent, which seems ethically correct. So are we getting, they have stated the inclusion criteria. They have stated in a very explicit manner, but they have not presented that in title. Okay, fine. Now let's come to exclusion criteria.
Yes.
Right. So in exclusion criteria, they have stated patients with dengue hemorrhagic fever grade 3 or 4, then patients who have platelet count less than 30,000 microliter. Now this is a technical issue. See, when you, what are exclusion criteria? Exclusion criteria are the ones that those who are likely to, are those in patients who are likely to get included, you will exclude them on the basis of these criteria, right? So if you say, I am going to take only males in this population, then females cannot be stated as exclusion criteria because you are going to only include males. So there are no females who are getting into the study. So female cannot be an exclusion criteria. Similarly, over here, the inclusion criteria is platelet count between 30,000 to 1 lakh. That means those who have platelet count over 1 lakh and those who have platelet count less than 30,000 are not getting included. You don't have to say that I will exclude less than 30,000. You have already stated that in your inclusion criteria. Am I making this clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. So which are the only exclusion criteria they have stated in addition to inclusion criteria? So one that I can see is impaired renal function with serum creatinine more than 1.5 milligram per deciliter, the exclusion criteria number 7. Because in inclusion criteria, a male or female with grade 1 or grade 2 and with platelet count 40,000, with ALT less than 3 times and willing to give consent will get included. But if the patient has serum creatinine more than 1.5 milligram per percent, I am not going to include. So that becomes an exclusion criteria. All the inclusion criteria mentioned above do not add anything new. Okay? Are we clear? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Ninth inclusion criteria is also, exclusion criteria is also relevant. Hypersensitivity to any components of the formulation. This is a relevant exclusion criteria. Okay. Another one is number 6, which is patients with thrombocytopenic purpura, ITP, and leukemia and hemophilia. So if a dengue patient also had leukemia, they are not going to include it, which is a new criteria which is stated. So now here we have commented on the article. What we have to say now is, are they appropriate? So patients who suffered from ITP and leukemia and hemophilia, is that appropriate to exclude? What is your opinion? Yes. See, this is an interactive session, and that's why I sent the article earlier. So whatever you have, your opinion that you have made, you should discuss it. Otherwise, it becomes a lecture. Anyone can answer. Okay, according to me, this is a reasonable exclusion criteria. Why is it relative exclusion? Why it is justified? Because those who have ITP or those who have leukemia, they will not respond to papaya extract. Okay, and it will confuse the results. It will be a confounder in the result. And that is the reason why we will not include patients with leukemia. If a patient has dengue and leukemia, we give him papaya, he is not going to respond because his disease process is only different, right? So that's the reason why it is justifiable. So this is how we will look at inclusion at the material and methods. Okay. Now another thing that they have to tell us is intervention. So do you think that they have given sufficient information? See, whenever you use an intervention, you have to say what that intervention is, how it is prepared, what is the dose that is given, how frequently it is given, for what duration it is given, and all the other details. So tell me whether that information is given or not. Read that paragraph if you have not already read, and give the information and tell me your view.
So it is given, but not in depth, I think.
Okay, so what do you want more? What more do you want? So they have given the route of administration, which is per oral. They have given the name of the tablet carry. Okay, carrier pepper abstract, right? 3 times a day. The frequency has been given and duration has been given as 5 days, right? Stated the groups received standard of therapy, which is ethical, and whatever the standard that is followed by them. So what extra do you want to be given?
So what time of the day it has to be given? Or any associated
so time of the day that they have not given. Okay, and whether it was constant in both the groups, that is what you have to be given. Okay, anything else that you think is not given about intervention?
So whether any side effects that would be associated with that?
Correct. What other information are they looking at that they have not given? For an intervention, they may have given enough thing, but they have not stated in whole material and see what have they given in material methods? Eligibility criteria, and they have one intervention, right? So let us look at methods in the consort guidelines, the slide that is there on for you for us to look at. Trial design they have given, though allocation ratio they should have stated. Now they have stated that it is randomized, but okay, that point has come later. Now they have given participants, right? Eligibility criteria they have given, and they have done the study in a hospital. Settings and location are provided. They have given the dose, duration, everything. Now in whole material methods, have they stated anything about the outcome? Do you know what the outcome is? What is the outcome? Thrombocytopenia, they mentioned in the title, but when would they do blood collection? When would they, on what day they would do blood collection? What are the tests that they will do on the blood? Have they given anything?
No.
Oh, they have not.
They have not given anything. Our now what starts is results, right? Okay, sample size. How the sample size is determined, and what is the sample size? Have they stated?
No.
No. Now randomization consists of 2 aspects. One is generation, because we use either a computer generated software or we use say a random number table. Have they stated how they have done the randomization? Second aspect of randomization is allocation concealment, because we write all these things down, A group, B group, A group, B group, and we put it in sealed envelope so that the investigator doesn't understand or doesn't know where the next participant is going. Have they given anything about it?
No, sir.
No.
So we have to take their word that the participants were randomized. So they have not given us any information about randomization, right? Okay. So
Yes, sir.
this is the study blinded? Have they given in material and methods? Is the study blinded or is it open? Have they given in title? They have
They
not
have given it in title.
They have given in
They have given it in title that it's double blinded, but it's not there in material and method.
right. So they have not stated in material methods. And in blinding, the better word in when I have to stay, see the consort guidelines point 11a. If it is done blinding, then who was blinded? That is important. Now, who are the individuals who can be blinded?
The person, like the participant or the person who's
Right.
doing
So
the assessment.
Intervention.
Correct.
Receiving the
Now,
intervention.
correct. So now the participant can be blinded. Previously, what you used to say, participant blinded, single blind. Investigator blinded, double blind. This is what we used to say. However, now it is not that simple. It is stated as to whether it is participant blind, investigator blind, observer blind, statistician blind. All these are important. Participant is simple, right? If the investigator is blind, one participant will be blind. So any participant blinding is easily understood. Now, when we say investigator blinded, when we do a thesis or dissertation, everything else is done by the investigator. Investigator is the one who gives the intervention, right? Drug is given by the investigator. Investigator monitors the patient over 5 days. Investigator looks at the outcome measure, right? There may be a laboratory that will be involved and there may be a statistician who may be involved. Now, it is possible that you blind the investigator who is giving the who is administering the drug, but you may blind the person who is ultimately looking at the outcome measure. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
Suppose I am the one who is giving the drug, but I assign my co-professor to find out whether the patient has pain on 5th day, which is the outcome measure after a surgery, right? So I have no control over outcome measure being measured, and he doesn't know whether the person belongs to group A or to group B. Is that clear? So now
Yes.
blinding is done as whether the nurse who is giving the drug doesn't know what she is giving, whether it is giving the drug, study drug or the placebo. So it has to be clearly mentioned as who exactly is blinded. Statistician who is doing the study will be given observations, but he will be told group A का ये patients के ये observations है, group B के ये observations है, but he will not be told whether group A is active or group B is active, group A is placebo or group B is placebo, in which case he will give the results without that bias coming in, where he already knows what the assignment is. Are we clear?
Yes,
so they
sir.
have stated blinded and double blinded, but we know that because investigator may do all the things, is he really blinded? If they had stated that, then we would have judged, is the blinding effective? Okay. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
So that is why they have to give details about placebo. If this was a capsule, whether the other one is capsule or not. If the capsule contained white powder, whether the placebo also contained white powder. Because if you put red powder of papaya, but if you put white powder of placebo, patients will know that we are getting different things. Because some of the patients will open the capsule, see what is there, and discuss with others. Right? Even the doctors would do that. So in which case, though you are blinding, the blinding may not be effective. If the blinding of investigators is not effective, then in that case, the results could be biased. That is the reason we have to see whether it is reported or not, and also judge whether it is likely to be effective or not. Fine? Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Now for statistical methods, they have not given any information, right? What was the sample size, how the sample size was determined, whether they would use descriptive statistics, whether they will use analytical statistics, what is the outcome measure, if there are different outcome measures, which are the tests that they are using, would the data be parametric or non-parametric? Nothing they have stated, right? So we have no way of knowing what was the statistical plan. Now you will say that, but these things are given in results. That is not the right way of writing an article. Because when we do an experiment, we do a study, what is important that we have to plan a study, and the plan should contain every detail which is well thought out. And then we have to describe the results on the basis of the plan. It appears as if they did this thing and then they decided what is to be reported based on the results that they got. This is not the way to do a study, right? Your plan should, you may deviate from the plan, but it should be made clear to the readers that this was our plan, but we deviated from the plan or we have changed our parameters. So then we will give the importance that is due to those findings. If you say that I was to look at duration of thrombocytopenia, but now I am going to look at depth of thrombocytopenia, right? As an exploratory measure that I am going to report, we will know that the plan was to see the duration. However, their duration must not have been significantly different. So now that's the reason why they are describing the depth of thrombocytopenia, who developed more severe thrombocytopenia, right? So every outcome measure has to be pre-decided. It should not be decided after you have done the study. Here it appears that they have described the study design with whatever lacunae. They have described the eligibility criteria. They have described the intervention. Nothing else is described, and they are still describing results as we see extensively on multiple parameters. We do not know whether they were decided upon a priori. A priori means before you start, in the beginning, right? Is that clear about the material and methods?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now we go to results. So when you give results, what are you supposed to result? So can the results group come on and describe what they want to state? Because you have the consort guidelines here, what is to be described, right?
Right.
On the slide. So they have described of participant flow, recruitment, based
So they
data.
Right.
Yeah,
So they
go
have
ahead.
not described properly that all the participants who were distributed in each group, were they all analyzed? So they have not described it properly. Then they have not described the tests which they used to compare the baselines to know that both the groups were same at the starting. Although they have given the median values, but they have not mentioned the tests which they have used.
Excellent. Excellent. So first thing we have to know, in a randomized control trial, it is expected that the baseline characters would be similar, but this happens 95% of the times. Because in randomization, nobody has control. So suppose, I'll give you an example. Suppose you go on flipping the coin, right? So if you flip 10 times, you may get 5 times heads and 5 times tails, but it is possible that you will get 6 times heads and 6 times tails, right? 4 times scales, right? If you do it 100 times, you may get 52, 48 or whatever. So for every parameter, they have to describe as to ultimately what happened and whether these differences were significantly different or not. So that they have not described. Okay. What they have given to us in table 1 and table 2 is distribution. What should have they given? They should have given number of females in 2 groups and the male-female ratio and whether these parameters were statistically significant or not. If the p value was more than more than 0.05, we would have stated, okay, the differences are not statistically significant. So as far as this particular parameter is concerned, the groups were similar. Okay. What was the other thing that they are given? They are given age distribution. Okay. Again, they should have given the mean value and describe whether it is statistically significant or not. What they have given to us is only raw criteria, but do we come to know from the elements that they have given whether it is statistically significant or not? Have they given that?
No.
So looking at the table, we have to just decide. Now it was 44.7% females and 55.3% in one group and 50. So whether 47.3 is similar to 44.7. They have not given a statistical test or not. Okay. And they have given just P not significant. What does that mean? It is expected that you will give exact P value. So they have not given enough information about the two parameters they have described. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, second aspect is they have given us only two parameters to determine the baseline characteristics. Do you think there are any other parameters that should have been given to us? Any other parameter that you think would be important to determine?
They should have given us the grades of fever. Were they matched at the baseline, and the cytopenia, like thrombocytopenia values? They should
Very
also be
good.
matched.
Excellent. This is the most important thing. Whether the groups were similar as far as the thrombocytopenia was concerned. Suppose the captopril group had mean platelet count as 35,000, and the mean platelet count in placebo group happened to be in placebo group happened to be 35,000, and the mean platelet count in the study group, that is the papaya group, happened to be 95,000. Okay, then you cannot expect the similar results because these populations are not different, are very different, isn't it? Are you getting it? So if you are studying on thrombocytopenia, you should know whether there was a difference between the two groups as far as the platelet count is concerned. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. So now we come to recruitment. So dates defining periods, recruitment and follow-up, why the trial ended or was stopped. Okay, may not be relevant, but they have to tell us that whether they took consecutive patients who are eligible, or whether they selected 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, or what. Baseline data, we looked at the things that their baseline data is totally inadequate. We said that degree of fever, amount of fever, the right, then thrombocytopenia, these have not been stated at all. Now we come to outcome measures. Now, outcome measures, they have not mentioned at all in material and methods, but at least in results. So the question whether outcome measures have been described or not doesn't arise. But in any case, they have given something about the outcome measures. So what is their primary outcome measure?
That was platelet count.
Yeah. So they have stated as platelet count as the primary outcome measure. This should have come in material and methods, because we do not know whether they decided on this primary outcome measure after seeing the results, or whether that was the plan. So now let us concentrate only on thrombocytopenia or the platelet count. So they looked at platelet count. So let us see what information in results they have given about platelet count. They have given platelet counts on day baseline 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
No problem.
So now,
म्हणजे मला ऍक्च्युअली गेल्या वर्षीची बॅच पण माझी पोस्ट करायची राहिली आहे ब्लड बँक त्याच्यासाठी. आणि आता ह्या बॅचला माझ्याकडे 18 एक पुरे.
Hello. Yeah, there is some
Yes.
crosstalk going on that is getting reported. Okay. Anyway, so now in this platelet count, they have given minimum, maximum, median values. Is that the standard way in which it is reported? Hello, am I
No,
audible?
they should have, yeah, they should have given the
Yeah.
median values and then they should have given the comparison.
Correct. So how do you decide whether to report mean or median?
That depends upon the data. Like that depends upon the n number of subjects and how
Correct.
the
So very correct. So it depends on whether your data is parametric or non-parametric. If the data is normally distributed, then you will use mean plus minus SD. And if it is not normally distributed according to the normal curve, then you will use median. Now, they have not stated anywhere that they will do it this way, right? They have on their own decided to report median. The issue is if you use parametric tests, they are more robust. So it is preferable to use the parametric test provided your data is normally distributed. Fine. So anyway, they should have reported as median and interquartile distance and applied the non-parametric test, right? That minimum, maximum, and whatever, that table is so detailed that we'll get lost in numbers and we are not going to analyze those numbers, right? For us, what is important is in this table is the median that we have to compare. Now, have they given anywhere as to whether these differences were statistically significant? See, tables should be, now this is a question of presentations. When you write tables, tables should be complete. What I mean by that is that table should have full information. They may have stated somewhere in the text. That is not the correct thing to do. The table that you see should have a note telling us, at least a footnote telling us what findings are significant. Because many times we read articles in a hurry and then we have to see only table. So looking at the table, we should get the information. Here the important information is what is the table showing and what is its interpretation should be told. We should not be made to look at the text and search where is it given, right? So we should have been given p-value per day, right? So at the baseline, are the median values different? Significant? Do you come to know from the table? No.
no.
Right? Do we come to know whether the p-value is significant on day 5? Because if I'm looking at the article, I will see 1,55,000 and odd and 70,000 seems to be significant. Okay, but they have not given it clearly. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is what the information that is totally lacking. Now, another important thing is we have to know about the harms, because you may be giving papaya as an abstract, which is an extract from a commonly consumed food. But still, we would like to know whether this, when it is given as therapy to patients with dengue, whether does it have any harmful effects. Have they given any information about harm?
They only in one line they have mentioned that whatever side effects they received were comparable to the other group also, but they have not mentioned the number, what
Right.
kind of side effects.
Correct. So here reporting itself is a problem. They have to state it. They don't have to give us interpretations. They have to say 2 patients in group A developed this, no person in group B developed this, whatever that is. Okay. So that information has not been given. So harms have not been described appropriately. Fine. Now let us see another issue, right? I have given that there was significant difference in hematocrit values in both the groups, and no significant difference values were observed even at the end of the treatment also. So one of the things that we measure or monitor in patients of dengue is hematocrit levels, right? Because we think that we need that if the hematocrit goes on rising and patient starts developing edema, patient requires therapy with fluids, and it is high risk for development dengue shock syndrome. If hematocrit goes on increasing, it is likely that the patient will suffer from complications and he has high risk of death. And that is which is similar. So they have not given absolute figures which they should have given. There is no information about it. So really speaking, this probably any. What is the other clinical information they should have given to us? Do you think which is important? They are giving papaya to patients who have thrombocytopenia. So what is the clinically important information that what are the differences, clinically important differences that you want to know? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, if you are suspecting thrombocytopenia, you ultimately want to know how many had bleeding and significant bleeding, no?
Right.
Suppose 15 in group A had no their thrombocytopenia recovered, and in 17 over there had thrombocytopenia. But ultimately, none of these patients bled in either group. A group A may be kisko bleeding nahi hua, group B may be kis. So how does it matter in that case? From practice point of view, from research point of view, it really doesn't matter, isn't it? And this is what should have been reported. This is more relevant to us as practitioners or as healthcare professionals who are taking care of patients, healthcare providers who are taking care of patients. This is what is important, not platelet count, right? So what I mean to say is that, of course, we knew in the beginning itself that the study is probably not justified, but we also know that it has not been properly planned. We also know that the results are not given in a complete manner. Okay. But still, because we are trying to learn not what therapy we should give, but we are trying to learn how to critically appraise the article, we will also look at the discussion. Okay. So in discussion, what are the elements that are there? Let us see what the consort guidelines state. Limitations of the study. Trial limitations addressing source of potential bias, imprecision, and if relevant, multiplicity of analysis. Second thing that we have to judge in discussion is generalizability, external validity, applicability of the study findings, and interpretation of results, balancing benefits and harms, considering other relevant evidence. So tell us now, what do you think how they have discussed the issue, and how it is relevant to your and my practice? I think the group 4 or anyone else can come here.
Sir, can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, your PPT is not visible.
My PPT is not visible. Let me see. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So in discussion, we said there are 3 things that are required according to the consort guidelines. What are the limitations of the study? What is the generalizability of the findings? And ultimately, what is the interpretation? So have they given the limitations of the study?
Yes, sir.
What are the limitations that they have stated?
Sir, in limitation, they have stated severe cases of grade 3 and 4 were excluded. But sir, they have not mentioned ki what grade 3 and grade 4. If we are reading article, we are aware ki this is like this.
Yeah, this is an article for those who are treating patients
Yes,
of dengue.
yes.
So that's fine. And we said that exclusion of grade 3, grade 4 is reasonable, but then they should have stated it upfront in the title. They cannot say patients of dengue fever and then exclude them, right? So this study, have they stated that these findings are only applicable to patients of dengue fever who have milder manifestations, that is grade 1 and grade 2? What is its applicability? Whom do we apply to? What is their ultimate recommendation? Do they think that it should be given? And if it should be given, for what purpose it should be given? You see the conclusion. This randomized double-blind study with a representative sample size reiterated the beneficial effect of papaya leaf extract in thrombocytopenia associated with dengue, which is not correct. What they are saying is they should have stated that it should be in dengue with mild manifestations or grade 1 and grade 2, right?
Yes, sir.
And we are not treating, when we treat dengue, do we treat thrombocytopenia or do we treat the whole patient? What is important in dengue? How much mortality is there? How much morbidity is there? How much symptomatic is there? So if there so it makes bleeding common, that would be beneficial to be. Okay, it may not really decrease the mortality, it may not decrease the morbidity, but it decreases bleeding. If that is what they had shown, at least there was some clinical benefit. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, at some other aspects. So basically, because the study is itself flawed, the way it is reported is totally inadequate, there is hardly anything that we can learn from discussion, but it is still written haphazardly. I would like to point out, see, remember one thing. What you write in introduction should be represented in material and methods. Your participants that you have should be relevant to the research question that you have stated in your introduction or objectives that you have stated in your introduction. Your methodology should be appropriate for the research question. Your outcome measure should be relevant to your research question and objectives, right? So this is about the methodology. Results should be based on what outcome measures you have described in methodology. The way you analyze the data should be as per the statistical plan mentioned in the methodology. Am I clear? So you cannot report findings which you have not said that you will monitor in the results section. Fine. Now let's come to the discussion. What should you discuss? You should discuss the results that you have reported in the results section, the observations that you have reported in the results section. You cannot put some new results in the discussion section. If you see the discussion section, just go to the, I don't know which page this number is, but the second last page. If you see, what have they stated? There were few adverse events reported related to GI disturbances like nausea 26, vomiting 17, which were distributed similarly in both the groups and not related to drugs displaying tolerability and safety. Now, these have they reported these observations in the results section? They haven't, isn't it? Hello?
No, sir, it's not there in result section.
Correct. So you cannot comment on this in discussion on results which you have not reported there. So remember one thing, you say what you are doing in material and methods, what you have found in observations, and what is the meaning of all those observations in the discussion section. Here they have not given statistical things, they have not given outcome measure, nothing they have given in material methods, but they have stated that in result section. So it is written also in a haphazard manner. And now, last 4 minutes, I bring to you a very important aspect, right? Just see who are the people who are reporting, right? So just see the acknowledgement section. Read for yourself because you may not have read the acknowledgement section and the author line. Can someone read it aloud? Can someone read it aloud?
The acknowledgement section, sir.
Yes.
So in acknowledgement, they're saying we sincerely thank all the investigators, namely Dr. Ambana, Dr. Ambedkar College, Bangalore, Dr. V.C. Srinivas Reddy, King George Hospital, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Purna Prasad, and they have given all the names of the people from different institutes and the statistician.
Very good. And who are the authors? Who are the authors? Prabhu Nagapathappa Kasture, then Nagabhushan and Kumar. And they are given 1, 2, 3. Okay?
Right.
Right. And who are these? What is this 1, 2, 3? 1 is DGM Medical Services, 2 is VP Medical Services Microlabs Bangalore, Karnataka, and 3 is Consultant Biostatistician Manipal Hospital, Bangalore, Karnataka. Now you see, when you are doing a research, who are the principal investigators? It is the doctors who conduct the study, right?
Right.
Correct? So who are the doctors who conducted the study? The doctors who are reported in acknowledgement, right?
Right.
Because they are the doctors, right? They are not the authors of the study. They are not the authors of the study. Authors of the study are the people who are associated with DGM Medical Services. We don't know what it is. VP Medical Services Microlab. So probably it's a laboratory. Okay. And biostatistician. What does it indicate? That the investigators who did the study, who monitored the patient, who gave the intervention, who saw what it, they don't want their name on the article. It is the people who probably have sponsored the study. They are the ones who are reporting this study, which means there is something unusual over here. That is for sure, right? If I do a study, if somebody else is reporting the study, I will say, why are you reporting the study? I am the one who did the study. So this is quite surprising, to say the least, which means those who did the study don't want to take any responsibility of the results, right? And this is one which should be given. This is an ethical issue. Who owns the study? The investigators own the study. Investigators don't seem to be interested in doing that. Now, this is an article which is published in JAPI, which is Journal of Association of Physicians of India, which is a prestigious journal of India, which is also indexed in Medline, PubMed, right? But we have seen the lacunae. We have scratched the surface of what the lacunae are, right? The way it is reported, the way study is designed, and the way study is also, meaning the findings are reported, and the way it is interpreted. There are so many lacunae. So what is the ultimate take-home message? You cannot depend on the prestige or name of the journal. You cannot depend on prestige and name of the authors. You cannot depend on anyone else to tell you how the good study is. If you have to have the skills of judging the appropriateness of a research study and its research findings, and judge for yourself. Because if you go by somebody else's word, you will do no benefit or even harm to your own patients. And hence it is extremely important to read research articles, to ensure, to see to it that your knowledge is updated and you are able to give benefit of the recent advances to your patients. But you also have to have skills to analyze the article properly, so that you don't take wrong decision on the basis of belief in what is reported on internet, what is reported in journals, which may be as prestigious as you go. Okay, with that, we have come to an end of this interactive session. If there are any questions, comments, suggestions, critique, I'm open to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Participants, do you all have any questions? I don't think there are any questions, sir.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. It was really a very, very enriching session. Each and every point was covered so meticulously. Some of the things that were, I mean, we knew, but it was not like it could have been incorporated. Everything was dealt in detail. And really, we could learn a lot from your session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll stop share and I will just take it out. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, Neelam, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll start my speech. Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, but are my slides being seen as a slideshow?
No, ma'am. They are not being seen as slideshow.
Okay, then I think so. The problem still exists. I tried in the break, but that did not happen.
Yes, ma'am. Now they are visible as slideshow.
They are?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Yeah. Again, a very good afternoon. I hope the participants are back for this lecture. What I'll be talking now is talking on the qualitative research. I think so till now, whatever has been done or whatever has been covered up was regarding the quantitative research. Now we'll be moving on to the qualitative research. Many of us, when starting with research, the initial, maybe a small study or this thing, we start with a qualitative research. Can some of you all share some examples or some of your experiences with regards to qualitative research? Yes, participants. Has anyone done any type of qualitative research? Okay, that means still yet to come for. Now, when I say research, what does it mean? Is research. Research means again and again and again. It comes from an old French word, and chercher it means to have an inquiry about it. So chercheur is to seek through a careful, patient, diligent inquiry. So researcher, okay, and again inquiry comes from a Latin word that is to seek answers. And how do we seek answers? We seek answers by asking questions. Yes or no? We seek answers by investigating. Yes? Okay. So this is what research is. Now it is undertaken to establish facts or principles. And as you all know, it is quite laborious, it is quite time consuming, and it is a continuous search for truth. So let us move on to what is qualitative research. Qualitative research means all relating to the qualities or the characteristics of a particular thing that we need to inquire about. Now, this was based way back through the branch of chemistry. In branch of chemistry or in chemistry, qualitative analysis means the determination of elements or ingredients of which the substance is composed. And quantitative means accurate measurement of the amounts or percentage of the components of the substance. Now, I always say that quantitative analysis or quantitative estimation is regarding how much, kitna hai, accurate measurement, right? And qualitative analysis is how is it, determination of elements or ingredients. Okay, so qualitative research was defined, or qualitative researchers, they study things in their natural settings. They attempt to make sense of or interpret phenomena in terms of the meanings people bring to them. What do you understand by this? That the things are studied in the natural settings. That is, the researcher goes into the natural settings. Maybe their abode, maybe their home, maybe wherever, whatever is the site of research. So the researcher has to go in an attempt to make sense of or interpret the phenomena in terms of the meanings people bring to them. Now, what is a qualitative research? Qualitative research can be defined as a type of research. It describes the qualities. What is purported to research? The essential characteristics or the attributes. It also describes the individuals that are to be studied, the groups or phenomena, the basic or essential nature of a person, the group or phenomena. So from this definition, you might understand that the total qualitative research is regarding the description of the quality, a description of the nature. Okay, so this is what qualitative research is. Now, qualitative research is multi-method in focus. So it involves an interpretive, naturalistic approach to its subject matters. And these researchers, they study things in their natural settings. As I told you, whatever you need to research, the researchers goes into these settings, the natural settings, attempting to make sense of or interpret phenomena in terms of meanings people bring to them. what are the characteristics? Characteristics are it takes place in the natural settings as opposed to quantitative research. Does quantitative research take place in the natural setting? You need to quantify, right? So qualitative research, it uses multiple methods that are interpreted. It is emergent rather than tightly prefigured. How is it emergent? We'll come to know in our next slides, because just one piece of the information, and that information it emerges. Fundamentally interpreted. The role of researcher is as an interpreter, and researcher it views social phenomena holistically. The researcher uses complex reasoning that is multifaceted and scientific. Now, there were historically there were 5 movements of qualitative research. Qualitative research was traditionally started during the World War II, and then in 1970s, and then some of the period in 1970 1986, then around 1980s, and today, the current day, the qualitative research is more evolved. Now, is qualitative research more better? It is more popular. Yes, because it is usually much cheaper than quantitative research. It is a better way to understand in depth the motivations and feelings of consumers. And it improves the efficiency and effectiveness of quantitative research. So generally qualitative research is done basically as a one parameter, or else it can be done prior to a quantitative research just to understand what exactly needs to be done in a quantitative research. So qualitative research is said to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the quantitative research. Now, this is just a diagrammatic representation of the qualitative research process. The aims and objective or the research questions as we start. We flow with the study design and the sampling, the data collection, the data analysis, and again we can just go back and refer or ponder on our aims and objectives. Now, as we all know, there are different types of research. There is basic research, applied research, formative research, monitoring, and summative evaluation. What do you understand by just a basic research? Can anyone tell? Yes. A basic research is, the basic purpose is to give knowledge, just to produce knowledge as it is, as an end in itself. Like for example, how alcohol it affects, or alcohol consumption it affects the brain. So the knowledge is there, but it is limited. Okay, this it affects. The knowledge is an end in itself. Or does stress level make people aggressive? Yes or no? If I say at the end of the research, yes, stress level make people aggressive. So it is the end of it, right? So basic knowledge or the basic research, it produces knowledge as an end in itself. And it focuses on questions that is considered important by the researcher's discipline. And what is most important about basic research is it is contribution to the theory development. That is, it applies or it gives a foundation for applied research. So that is the base. Your basic research gives more of the information, the basic information, the foundation for the applied research. Are you understanding? Yes? Yes, participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. The next is the applied research. Applied research is to understand nature and sources of the social problems. Yeah, it is a type of examination that, it finds the solutions for the existing problems. Okay. How to treat patients with insomnia? Or is there any way to improve patient retention in the OPD? Or ways to explore or ways to improve illiteracy, maybe in tribal areas? Yes. So the questions can be how to find, how to explore, how to improve. It understands the nature nature and sources of social problems. So it is looking always on, it finds the practical solution for the existing problems. It focuses on answering the specific questions. So focus on questions considered to have practical importance in the society. So results to formulate problem solving intervention. Okay. Next comes the formative research. In the process of formulation, it facilitates development of an intervention, maybe a government policy, maybe a vaccination program, or maybe just a new product that is launched in the market. So it facilitates development of an intervention. Maybe now you have various vaccination programs. So have a formative research to facilitate how that intervention is going on, or a new vaccine, maybe a new COVID-19 vaccine. So to facilitate the development of an intervention, it focuses on identifying factors which are relevant for choice of intervention. And the results or whatever recommendations are there, these are used for the development of effective interventions. So formative research is very, very important, where you understand how your intervention is going or is taking shape. Then is monitoring. Monitoring, it helps to improve an ongoing intervention, focusing on particular strength and weakness of the intervention and its recommendations for the improving interventions. And finally, the summative evaluation, which is the summary or the summation of this determines the effectiveness of the completed intervention at the end. So it focuses whether the stated goals are completed at the end of the intervention, the results, generalizations about effective types of interventions, and the conditions under which these are effective. Okay. So these are the researches: basic research, applied research, formative research, monitoring, and summative evaluation. Yeah. Should I move on to the next slide, participants? Yes, understanding till here? Yes. Moving on to the role of qualitative research. Why is it important? Why is qualitative research important? Qualitative research is important for exploring a health problem or issue about which little is known. Or even if it is known, what is the existing health problem or why that health problem has been initiated or has been suddenly erupted. We have a very good example. We have this measles outbreak in Mumbai. Yes. So the initial quantitative research will help us to find the answers, whether the vaccination was not appropriate or whether there were missed out participants for vaccinations, or there were no vaccinations programs held because of COVID-19 lockdown, etc. Identifying the local perceptions of health and development priorities. The local perceptions is your individual's own personal beliefs about the health status of that particular area. Yeah. So why is there, specific water contamination in that particular area, or in field A, you have water contamination, but the water supply in field B is proper. Identifying relevant intervention strategies and target populations. Where exactly you need to start your research. Yes, you cannot start if you're working on, one particular prevalence of maybe, tuberculosis in field A. You cannot start your research in field B. Investigating the feasibility, acceptability, and appropriateness of potential new health programs, developing appropriate information, education, and communication activities and materials. This is very, very important when a new government policy or a new program comes into place. So we need to develop various activities, various IEC activities and materials. identifying the problems in ongoing interventions, any lacunae or any missed information, and suggesting appropriate solutions to those problems. So qualitative research has an important role overall in the community. Yeah. So based on this, can anyone tell me, because since today, I think is the last day, since the last 3 days, today being the 3rd day, you have already learned about the quantitative research. Can you all tell me, based on whatever is learned in quantitative research and based on whatever we have seen in qualitative research, any differences between quantitative and qualitative research? Yes? You all can unmute yourself.
Neelam, actually your voice is not clear, ma'am. It's fluctuating.
Now is it okay? Is it okay now?
Bit better, ma'am, but
You need to actually adjust your mic, I guess, because it is fluctuating. कमी जास्त होते.
एक मिनिट. आता ठीक आहे का? Now it is okay.
This is better.
Okay. So I've removed my mic. Actually, I'm directly speaking. I think it is okay now. This is better.
Yes, much better.
Okay. Now my question was, we have over the last 3 days, we have learned about quantitative research, right? And few slides on qualitative research. Can someone please unmute and tell any differences they have found between qualitative and quantitative research? Yeah, participants. Are there any differences?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
Yeah.
So in quantitative research, we actually saw that it deals much with the numbers, and qualitative, there is a lot of scope for the participants to answer, and it's an open-ended thing that we actually.
Perfect. Qualitative research, I'll add to that, is more exploratory, right? So more of exploration goes on in qualitative research, whereas quantitative can be descriptive, right? Yes. Anything else? Yes, information is very much as compared to quantitative. Yeah, qualitative information is much more. I'll move on to the next slide. Type of questions in qualitative research is of probing. You need to probe every time the participants. Yes, what happened? What happened if the water supply? Okay, at what time does water supply is there in your area? Okay, how do you store water, etc. Whereas quantitative research, probing is very, very limited. Qualitative research, the sample size should be small, whereas quantitative research, the sample size is large. Information per respondent is humongous, very large in qualitative research, and that needs to be taken care when you analyze the data. Whereas in quantitative research, the information per respondent, it varies. The researcher, it requires specific skills. Yes, so requires skilled researchers, whereas fewer specialist skills are required in quantitative research. Type of analysis is subjective, interpretative, whereas in quantitative research, it is statistical. Yes, the research type is exploratory, lot of exploration. Quantitative research, it is descriptive or causal. Okay, so these are certain differences. What are the essential characteristics of the qualitative research? It helps us understand how people make sense of their worlds and the experiences people have. It helps in knowing or understanding from the participant's perspective. I'll be giving certain examples when we move on to different qualitative methods, qualitative research methods. So this will be more clear. Also, it helps us to understand the social settings or social phenomena. How the people there stay, the ethnography, their characteristics, their way of living. Okay, so it helps us a holistic understanding rather than predicting or controlling the social settings or the social phenomena. Okay, moving on, it also relies on the researcher as the primary research instrument for data collection and analysis. It incorporates a complete description of researchers' role. The field work is very, very naturalistic. It is very, very in detail. So it is in the real world settings. The perspectives of the participants are taken into consideration. Their attitudes, their attributions. It does not limit the outcomes. The flow of information is very, very natural. Whenever you have a certain unstructured, research or unstructured questionnaire, you just put in a question. The responses that come in are varied, and the responses are not limited. Equal time is given in the field and equal time is given in the analysis. It employs inductive strategies that is immersion in details and specifics of the data to discover important categories. It helps in exploring and does not depend on theoretically derived hypothesis. And it looks for a theory to fit the data, not the other way around that occurs mostly in the quantitative research. Who should conduct a qualitative research? Qualitative research can be conducted specifically by a program manager, by a disease specialist, by field workers, but this is not limited to only these. Yeah, wherever information needs to be sought at the naturalistic level in this setting, okay, qualitative research can be conducted. Am I clear? Is my voice clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, what is the role and relationships of the researcher with the participants? One very important, this word comes into effect whenever we learn about qualitative research. This is the power difference between researchers and participants. What do I understand by power difference? The power difference of the researcher means that the researcher has the power of the study, whereas participants have the power of the information. The researcher knows what to study and the participants understand the information. So this power difference needs to be nullified whenever the analysis of the qualitative research needs to be done. So attempts to redress these differentials to be done. So it should be done in a very healthy manner, making explicit relationship between the researchers and participants should be one-to-one. And participatory action research should always be there. There should be no, the researcher grade, the participant grade, no. Researcher should be an advocate for social change. Researcher should act like the healthcare provider. Researcher should be a friend to the participants and may become particularly acute in the context of action research when applying participatory methods. So, researchers should be the sole aim of researcher should be an advocate for social change or a healthcare provider. So, appropriate qualitative approach can be where when the subject matter is unfamiliar, when you just need to start where you really do not understand or it forms a basis of the quantitative research when the subject matter is unfamiliar, qualitative approach is good. For exploratory research, when relevant concepts and variables are unknown. For explanatory depth, when you want to really relate particular aspects of a behavior to the wider context. When meaning rather than frequencies are sought, and for studying selected issues, cases, or events in depth and detail. Maybe demographic detail, maybe ethnographic detail, maybe very sought after information, very critical information. Okay. There are certain rapid and long-term qualitative research also. So in rapid assessment, the questions and objectives are narrowly focused. Personnel required a small number and resources cost is relatively low, conducted in 2 to 3 months. There are certain long-term qualitative research which are more costlier and conducted more than a year. Now let us move on to the types of qualitative research. Okay. So qualitative research can be unstructured interview. It can be a semi-structured interview. The technique can be interviewing a whole group. It can just be observational methods, ethnographic decision, free modeling. I'll be explaining what it is, and social network analysis. So these are some types of qualitative research. Number one, moving to unstructured interview. Unstructured interview is just it is a method of data collection. It is very informal and conversational. I'll just give you an example. As a researcher, when you go out in the field, you can just ask, just tell me about yourself. Yeah. So what is my aim? My aim is to get the informants to open up and to just let them express themselves in their own terms. So when I say just tell me about yourself, certain participant may say, okay, my name is this, my age is this, I work in some field or this. Or some participant may be so haywire, okay, I just stay in the neighborhood, but my sister stays there, my brother stays there. Okay, but what is the basic aim of unstructured interviews is to get the informants or the participants to open up and let them express themselves in their own terms. Neither the specific questions to be asked nor the range or type of possible answers are predefined, nothing of that sort. It should be free flowing. Okay, so unstructured interviews is a method of data collection. Mostly it is used in cultural anthropology. Anthropology is the study of human characters, human beings, their day-to-day habits, etc. Okay. So what can be the strengths of such interviews? Unstructured. Can there be any strengths? Or can there be any advantage of these interviews? Yes. Yes. Are there any advantages or is it just a waste of time?
It can help to acquire the confidence of the person, and he might open up to and give you some critical information.
Yes, yes, it helps us to build the initial rapport very good. And certain critical information, you have covered everything. Yeah, like sensitive topics, maybe certain topics on gender, sexuality topics, etc. Very good. So it allows the interviewers to be responsive to individual differences and situation characteristics. It is mostly useful for building the initial rapport with the informants. And as you all have told me, it is useful for studying sensitive topics such as sexuality or certain political topics. And it is used in situations where the researcher has lots of time to interview informants on many separate questions. Yes, and the weakness, because the data is very haywire, it is very humongous, it is difficult to systemize where to group this data and analyze the data. It may take several conversations before obtaining a similar set of information from each informant. So this was the unstructured interview. Okay. Moving on to something which is semi-structured. Semi-structured interviews are the ones where the researcher has a guide. So the researcher has that interview guide, and in the interview guide, there is just a set of questions or topics that are to be covered during the interview or the sessions. But those topics are not, specific, like you need to cover the habits or need to cover the morning habits, for example, right? But then, because this is the written set of questions or topics, the whole set or whatever the researcher intends to cover is covered. In this interview, the interviewer still follows leads and new topics that arise in the course of interview. Maybe early morning habits, some of them, 8 to 9 go out of the field, and certain other newer topics may arise. But the guide or the written list of questions are there, but the participants, they are allowed to talk in detail. So main types can be depth or focus interviews, case studies, life histories, etc. Okay. So what are focus interviews? Focus interviews, they investigate in detail, intensively investigate a particular topic, and hence they gain a complete and detailed understanding of the topic. Whereas case studies, it studies a particular case of interest, and what does that do? It collects all the data regarding that particular case of interest. It collects the comprehensive, systematic, in-depth information about that one particular case or particular cases of interest. Okay. Whereas life histories or personal biographies are usually collected by lengthy interviews, and these interviews are very lengthy. You can use both unstructured way as well as the semi-structured way, and they're often collected and presented in order to create the abstractions of the ethnographic descriptions of the human life to the lives of individuals. And it is useful for examining a general value, points of cultural interest, perceptions about social relationships, the common point of harvest, or their daily eating habits, or any one particular festival that they celebrate together. So perceptions of social relationships. The strengths of the semi-structured interviews can be specially appropriate in projects dealing with people who are used to efficient use their time and may not be willing to spend time in open-ended conversations with researchers. And weakness is developing an interview guide. It requires sufficient time to explore the topic of interest before handing order. Also, what do you need to ask? That has to be in a particular order. You should know what the relevant questions you should ask, or what are the relevant topics as well as the subtopics that should be covered. Okay. Moving on to structured interviews. So structured interviews are, they involve exposing every informant in a sample. So it involves it is used in the field of cognitive anthropology. It produces numerical as well as quantifiable data, and it aims to isolate and define the cultural domains. So structured interview, it allows the researcher to make inferences about groups. It aims to isolate and define the cultural domains. Okay. Moving on to the next types, That is, number one, the group interviewing techniques that involves your focus group as well as the non-focus group. Now, the focus groups. Now, the focus group, these are the special type of groups in terms of its purpose, size, composition, and procedures. It is generally composed of 6 to 8 individuals who do not know each other. So these focus groups, they have a moderator as well as a note maker. Okay, the moderator, it conducts the group discussion, whereas the note makers list topics discussed, the reactions of the group participants, and ensure that the entire discussion is taken. I have time, right, madam? 10 minutes more.
Actually, ma'am, 3:45 next session will be started.
Okay.
Already.
I think so. Just give me a couple of minutes, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, focus groups, right? Then moving on to the strength of the focus groups, they produce a lot of information quickly. They're good for identifying and exploring beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors in a population. So, focus group, it indicates the range of beliefs, ideas, or opinions in a community. They are also useful for identifying relevant and appropriate questions for individual interviews. Whereas the focus group the researcher has less control over the flow of discussion. They cannot tell about the frequency or distribution of the beliefs or behavior. Also, the note maker taking note during focus group discussions is very difficult, and tape recording is difficult and sometimes costly. Other group interview techniques, non-focus group interviews, as well as mapping and modeling. So mapping and modeling in the community, the study population, they are asked to draw or build maps and models of the community, with whatever locally available material is there. There are certain seasonal calendars. Seasonal maps can be constructed to illustrate and compare the following, like at what time of the year particular health problem starts, or it is common or it is uncommon, or rainfall, the relative quantities and patterns of rainfall, etc. There can be certain timelines. The group members are asked to recall local events in that particular timelines. At what happened at a particular point, it develops a community history which includes the approximate dates. There are certain observations. It provides information about actual behavior. Observation can be structured and unstructured, and there can be rating checks. Continuous monitoring. It involves observing and recording the behaviors of interest for an extended period of time. For example, infant feeding practices. So that observation can be extended, as well as time point observation at a particular time, women's activity pattern, etc. Qualitative analysis, data collection issues. Because the data is very humongous, it becomes extremely difficult. Also, extent of control over circumstances, under what information should be shared or what information has to be kept private, it can be an issue. Sometimes there is unwitting disclosure, etc. Information shared can endanger privacy of another individual also. Okay. So these qualitative data can be put in with the help of diagrams. One, it can be if it is space in the form of map, daily routine charts, flow diagram, Venn diagram. Okay, this is one representation of the Venn diagram. And textual data can be systematically analyzed also. For this, we can use coding system. And coding is just an abbreviation which is applied to a segment of text. So whatever data you need to classify, you can classify under those typical codes and the data can be analyzed. You can use tables, flow chart, other means to visually display the data. You can also use verbatim and notes. So whenever you need to submit the final report, there is a specific format. The summary should be there. The introduction and the statement of purpose should be there. That should include your specific objectives, specific research questions to be addressed, description of the research site, the study methodology. That includes your study design, sampling strategies, data collection methods, etc. Results, it includes the details answer to the research question. Okay. So this was all about qualitative research. I hope I have not extended the time.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much. Participants, do you all have any questions? I think we do not have any questions, ma'am.
Okay, then I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. Neelam, ma'am, can you please make SMES SSPG Con the host, because I think due to technical issues. Neelam, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you please make SMES SSPG Con the host? You are the host right now, so can you please make us the host? Yeah.
Is it okay now? Yeah, is it okay, madam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I would like, Meanwhile, I would like to introduce to our third eminent speaker for the day is Dr. Dinesh Samir, sir. Sir is MD in Preventive and Social Medicine. Sir is additional professor and HOD in the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine at Rajiv Gandhi Medical College, Kalwa. Sir was a nodal officer for various government and MUHS training research projects in Thane city. And sir was also an MCI accredited speaker for research methodology workshops with interest in epidemiology, research methodology, biostatistics, and child nutrition. Along with that, sir also keeps interest in environment protection, traveling, photography, and many more. We are very happy to have you, sir. Over to Dinesh, Dr. Dinesh, sir.
नाही आवाज that's the sound system.
Sir, you're audible.
नाही मी मोबाईल वर बघतोय हा माझा आवाज येतोय तिकडे
Yes, sir, येतोय.
Sir, shall I get earphones? So, plug. जल्दी से लगा. Hello.
Yes, sir.
तुम्हीच ऐका ना, आता ह्याच्या दरम्यान कंटिन्यू बोलायचं त्याच्यामुळे कंटिन्यू सेक्शन.
हॅलो हॅलो.
येस सर.
मला अजून ऑडिओ येत नाहीये मला.
सर आम्हाला तुमचा व्हॉइस क्लिअर येतोय सर.
एक मिनट जस्ट.
यस.
मेरे को तो स्क्रीन शेयरिंग 2 मिनट में स्क्रीन शेयरिंग वो करना पड़ेगा. हेलो.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हा आता येतोय. म्हणजे मगाशी येतच नव्हता आवाज. माझं सेशन सुरू झालं का? हॅलो. हॅलो.
हॅलो सर.
हा सुरू झालं का सेशन?
हा हा सर, सुरू झालंय. तुम्ही शेअर करताय ना सर, स्क्रीन शेअर?
हो हो. Okay. So very good afternoon. I hope all of you can hear me. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today we are going to cover a very important topic as far as research is concerned, because unlike previous years where we had to do manual analysis of data, we used to use tally marks. So unlike that, today we have something very important with us, and it is computers. And especially most of us have laptops also. So whenever we go out for a survey of data collection, we can straight away.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to disturb you.
Yes.
तुमचा आवाज खूपच कमी येतोय सर. Your voice is very low.
हा मला पण आवाज येत नाहीये. आता येतो का आवाज?
हो, आता क्लिअर आहे.
So please let me know when the voice fails, because my communication from your side is also a little dicey. थोड़ा आवाज कमी येतोय कधी पण. So I'm going blindly right now. So we had to use forms, and then we have to take up each form, and for every variable or every question, we had to make tally marks. And therefore, especially when it comes to cross tabulations, we had to have all the data ready with us, because you cannot have cross tabulation. You cannot enter this without all the data in hand. Unlike today, when we have computers, we have many softwares wherein when you do survey, let us say even if you get 8 participants, okay, if you just go on adding those in your Excel sheet or spreadsheets or even databases, so you did not have to wait till all the data is available to you. So that is very say advantageous. And secondly, once you enter the data, you need hardly few hours to get all the information from the data as per your objectives. You cannot have any tables or any graphs unless your objectives are clear. If you want to find, let us say, if you want descriptive data, you want to describe the data, then you will get descriptive data from descriptive tables from your computers. But if you don't know anything, what exactly you want, then you'll be confused. And therefore, your objectives should be clear. And then based on the objectives, okay, you should meet your statistician and decide with them what kind of format you need, because that format is very important for asking questions. The survey format is very important. Based on the survey format, you're going to use the data. You're going to enter the data in the computers. And as saying was GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If you put in garbage in the computer, you're going to get garbage. Okay? And therefore, you should be very specific and careful as to what you're entering in the computers. So let us do a little bit about what exactly we have as far as computers is concerned. As we know, in statistics, there are 2 types of statistics: descriptive statistics and analytical interpretation. Analytical statistics, wherein in descriptive, the statistics is used to compare 2 sets of data, and therefore, whatever description is concerned regarding central tendency or spread of the data, okay, you can get all that description found from your computers. And as far as interpretation is concerned, okay, inferential statistics is concerned, the interpretation can be based on certain of test of significance like t-test, z-test, chi-square. All that is also available on a click of button.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to bother you again, sir. तुमचा volume येत नाहीये, sir. म्हणजे I think थोडा खूप कमी आवाज येतोय. So please try and speak near the microphone म्हणजे कदाचित त्यांनी लाऊड घेतो.
आता एवढ्या जवळ घ्यायला लागेल का? चालेल? हॅलो?
हो चालेल सर. हे this is exact. हे बरोबर आहे.
Okay, so this is what it is. If you don't, this is the feedback which I got from the processing. That is, the input is my voice, and the process and the machinery is the computers and the internet system, and the output is something that you're hearing. Okay, the output failed because there was some problem, and then they needed feedback, and therefore I'm making the changes accordingly. So this process is very important as far as data processing is also concerned. Okay, so what is the use of computers in data processing? Basically, for any research, we generate a lot of data, and unless that data is processed and we get information out of it, all that survey is useless. Okay, so basically data processing is manipulation of data by computers, and it converts the raw data into something which you can read and which you can interpret. Okay, so any use of computer to perform defined operation of the data can be included under data processing. Now, what are the importance or what are the uses of data as far as health is concerned? Okay, the most important use is health management information system. Now, as we all know that even in health system, okay, it is just not just the use of medicines and operations and stitching and x-rays and all this thing. We have to manage the patient or a group of patients which are coming to the hospitals, especially when it comes to prevention and promotion of health condition. Okay? Then we need to gather a lot of data, and we have to follow that data over a period of time, data of that patient over a period of time. And that is known as management information system. So when it concerns about health, then we call it as HMIS, Health Management Information System. So what it does is aggregate, analyze, and use information for taking actions to improve performance of health system. Okay. Now let us say simple thing is every day we get data from the health ministry regarding the number of fever cases, number of COVID patients, new patients, which arises in the society, how many deaths are taking place. We are getting the data even today, and based on that data, many management decisions are being taken, not only at the health ministry's level, but even at general hospitals. How many patients are there, whether we should continue with the fever OPD and things like that. So basically, we need to take actions to improve our health system. Okay. Then also for to provide input for policy formulation, appropriate program interventions. So basically, we knew that sex ratio of India was not favorable for the girl child, and therefore many steps were taken to prevent female feticide and to improve the health of the girl child. And now, fortunately, we have a better sex ratio as far as girl child is concerned. Okay. So therefore, those inputs were necessary for policy formulation. Okay. Then it is also used for surveillance, disease surveillance. How many patients of TB are there? How many patients of HIV are there in the society? Whether the cases have been treated or whether there are lapses, and what we can do about it. So all this data can be processed on computers. Okay. So what are the software available to us for managing the data? Okay. So as we all know, most of the computers have something which is known as Excel spreadsheets. Okay. Then there is EPI Info. EPI Info is a database system just like Access, and it is available free. SPSS is also a very, very important and strong processing tool. So statistical package for social surveys, spaces. Okay. Now, but space is very, very costly, so it is not possible that an individual can have it, but a big institution can have SPSS, and you can analyze the data accordingly. So the simplest and the easily available computer app, you can say computer tool package is SPS, is Excel spreadsheet, and it is very, very simple. And whatever you are entering is there in front of you, and lot of computer analysis can be done on Excel. So we'll go into Excel. Excel is a huge, huge, huge program. 45 minutes not enough for that. I'll just tell you the basics of Excel. Okay. Now, Excel is a software program created by Microsoft that uses spreadsheets to organize number and data with formulas and functions. Excel analysis is ubiquitous around the world and is used by businesses and also, of course, by health researchers to perform analysis. Okay. Now, as we all know, this is the Excel spreadsheet, which I think many of us have seen. Okay. And in the first row, we have column, and the names of the column is given A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and all. And on the first column, we have numbers, which goes on and on. About, I think, 3,000 odd Excel rows are there. So these rows, and these columns together form the spreadsheet of Excel. Okay. Usually, we write the variables on the first row. Okay. So, and we enter the data of that variable in the columns like this. So let us say, what is the use of this Excel as far as computers are concerned? Okay, we can use it for data entry, data management, accounting, financial programming. We can also use it for time management and for customer relationship management. Like in a hospital, if somebody calls you and they want appointment, then Excel can also be used for keeping appointments. Okay? And it can be used for keeping tracks of the patient appointment, for scheduling the doctors. Like let us say we have a small setup, even a small setup like 7 or 8 doctors. Excel can be used to schedule doctors. Let us say somebody is a surgeon, somebody is a gynecologist, and depending upon the number of patients who have that appointment for that particular schedule, you can use this to keep track of patient appointments of doctors. Okay. Also, their numbers, their treatment, their let's say clinical diagnosis, the treatment, and the follow-ups. All this can be kept in Excel and can be used for follow-up. Okay. You can use this tool for collecting and managing medical data and using mathematical formulas to improve the experiences. Okay. But one thing, as I said before, we should use them properly to exploit their full potential and avoid mistakes. Because if you don't enter the data properly, then the information which you get out of it after the analysis will not be correct, and it will be life-threatening. If you don't enter the blood groups when the patient comes to you and you don't enter the blood group properly, then you can give the wrong blood during transfusion, and it can lead to life-threatening. Instead of steroids, you do something else and all this thing. So it's going to be a big problem. Also management, especially for nursing cadre. You can manage patient health status, manage their allocation, what type of diet the patient is needed to take. Okay. You can edit or delete patient records. You can just one go, and you can fill a patient's registration form in Excel also, and then the Excel will convert it into the spreadsheet. Okay. Now, once you have synced the data in the spreadsheet, you can use certain formulas to convert those variables into indicators. For example, if you have body mass, if you have the weight of the person, and if you have the height of the person, you can, by using formulas in the Excel, you can convert that into body mass index. Okay, and from the body mass index, you will know who's having obesity, who's malnourished, and so on. We'll be doing that just now. Okay, so Excel is also used for producing beautiful diagrams and graphs and linear. So this is showing linear trend of cases over a period of time. Okay, so you can see over here now this, by converting the daily inputs into linear diagram by using Excel, you can get the trend. You know how the cases are being picked in August and during between February, March, and in February 22 also there are peaks. Okay, this is the trend which was seen in COVID-19. You see the first wave, second wave, and third wave. This can be used by simple Excel. Okay, so such beautiful information can be available on Excel. Okay, now I'll just go on to spreadsheets. Can you see Excel spreadsheet now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is a typical example of Excel spreadsheet wherein we are having a survey of HB and WC in TB and non-TB. There we have TB and non-TB. The age, sex, diagnosis, past history, hemoglobin level, WBC level, all this is there in the first row, and then the variables, the information regarding each variables are filled up in all these columns. Okay. Now, this is very simple to enter. Once you get to know how to fill up this information from the survey forms, which is simple. Nowadays, we have Google Forms. We just prepare Google Forms and we send it across on the internet, on the emails, or on WhatsApp, and the person fills the Google Form online, and he sends it back to you, and you just have to click on the button, and all the data said by each will come to you as a spreadsheet. Okay, so of course we'll think about the Google Form afterwards. Now this is just a survey form format from typical interview surveys which we conduct. Okay, or these are the records generated in the hospital. Okay. Now this register, from this register we have whether the patient was TB, having TB or not, or what is the age and all this. Now we want a demographic what to say, background of this group of patients which have come to this hospital. We have about 227. See, these are 227 patients. Okay. So I would like to know what is the average group or average age of the patients which have come to my hospital, whether they are having TB or not. So I'll just click on this and find the sum. This is the total of that, and then I divide it with 227. Okay. So for any equation, we have to use is equal to sign. Okay. What is the equation you want? 8952 divided by 227. Okay. So the average age of my patients is 39.43 years. Okay. So simple. Or the second way of doing this, just enter the formula for average. See, what you do is click on that particular cell. These are cells, okay? The intersection between columns and the rows are known as cell. Now this is the D column, and this is row number 233. So this cell will be D233. D233. Now G column and 240. Row number 240 and G column. That will be G240. Okay. So now I click on this cell and then right click. With the right click. Okay. Now for analysis, I'm going to use is equal to sign. Okay. And then after I use is equal, I want average. So I write average. Here we get average. Okay. So I click on that average. And then I get a bracket. And then you enter the range of that particular thing for which you want the average. So this is what I want for average. Then I close the bracket. I get the average age of the patient. Same, isn't it? So you can do by this method or this method. But you always have to enter is equal to. Now, if I want to group up the age groups, but this becomes a big range. I don't want a big range. I want a smaller age and smaller table. Okay. So for that smaller table, frequency distribution table, I need smaller age groups. So and use age groups for that. And that is the formula. Here for the gender, female or male. Now, before we go further, I'd just like to you see this new spreadsheet. Hello. Okay. Now this is the second spreadsheet. Can you see this spreadsheet? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Please respond because I cannot hear it. There's some problem with output somewhere. Okay. Now this is a typical mistake which many people do. Okay. This is a typical mistake. Even on Google Form, you see these mistakes when the spreadsheet is being prepared. Now, what is the mistake you can see here? There is no uniformity. Now, here you see is 1st February 2013, 1/5/2013. But here somebody has written November 1st, 13. So we have to change this. So what we need to do is 1 November is 11, 13. Okay, see. So the date has come into the different format. Now 16 January 14. So 16 January 14. So this is the uniform format. So you have to clean the data. Now here, for the sake of analysis, okay, we have something like numbers and something called words. This is, even if it is 24 years, for the sake of Excel, it considers it as word, and this it is considering it as number. Okay, so when you use the entire column, you are going to make a mistake. Like, okay, which will let us see what is the count. So how do you find the count? How many cells are being used over here? For this 2 days, how many cells are being used? So what we do, we go to this column, this already been done. We go to a particular cell, write down is equal to, and then write count, and then we start with the cell. Okay, and count from what? Count from this group to this. Okay, close the bracket. So you get 26. But how many sales are being used over here? Let's see. Say, block the numbers. So here in this count over here, how many sales were there? 30. But then we are getting only 26 over here. So what is the problem? Okay. So where are we wrong? We are wrong because Excel has not counted 1, 2, 3, and 4 sales because they are not considered as numbers. They are considered as words. Okay. So let us change this. So what is the problem here? We use alphabet. So alphabet, because of the alphabet, Excel is not considering it as number. So we'll correct this. We'll clean the data. Okay. See here also from 26 it became 27. Then 35 years. Change it. See, it became 28. 18 months. Now this is a problem. Okay. This is in years. And this is in months. Can we use months and years together? If you remove this, what will happen? Excel will consider it as 18 years. It became 19 because it's a number. But as far as Excel is concerned, it is considering it as 18 years. And it is only 18 months. So we will convert months into years. So how many months, how many years makes 18 months? Okay. 1.5 years, right? Correct? So 18 months is 1.5 years. So since we are converting it into years, it is 1.5. Okay. 12 months. Is 12 months correct entry? Hello? Please respond. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Is 12 months correct entry?
So you're not audible, sir. So please can you repeat?
See, here in this column for the age, this is all in years, but here we have one entry which is 12 months. Is it a correct entry? Hello? Hello?
No, sir.
Okay, because see, you can see here how many counts are there? 29 counts, correct? But we have 30 entries. Why? Because this particular entry is not considered by Excel because whenever there are alphabets, it considers it as a word. Okay, and therefore it will convert this into, let us say, we convert this into number by removing this months. See, now it becomes 30. Okay, so there are 30 entries and 30 counts now because there is hardly any word over here. But where is that now? This one. Okay, it is not 12. Now we removed the month part of it, so it became 12. But it is not 12, but it is 12 months. It is not 12 years. It is 12 months. So we convert it into year. So how many years is 12 months? How many years is 12 months? Hello? 1. Okay. So we write 1 over here. Now this is correct. Okay. So we have cleaned this age column over here. Okay. Now here also there is a problem. Height. Okay. There are some blanks. Now we should not leave blanks. We should either write no response. Okay. Or don't know. Something like that. Here the height cannot be 0. Now this is 60-year-old. So either you don't know or it is something else, but you don't know. We'll try to find out the data again. This we also don't know. This we also don't know. something because blank is a big problem. So is there any other abnormal, what to say, abnormal value? Let us see. Yes, 42. So 42 cannot be height of a 76-year-old person. So somebody has missed maybe one. It is better to confirm. I think it will be 142. Okay. And this is again 16, which I think 61. With a 1-year-old child, 16. 16 inches. Not exactly. So this is, we don't know anything about it. Data right? Don't know. Okay. So we have cleaned this data. Here again, income. There is an alphabet over here, and therefore we have to remove this alphabet. Okay. This is again, there is an alphabet over here. We remove the alphabets. Okay. Now this is how we clean the data. Weight also, we don't want in gram, we want kilograms. So 65 grams, 65 kilograms. No. Okay. Now we have meters over here. Okay. For BMI, okay, you know, for BMI we need height in meters. So we convert centimeters into meters over here by dividing it with 100. Okay, so as we know, for any formula, for any formula or any analysis, you have to put in is equal to sign. Okay.
So
Now,
sorry to interrupt you again. Participants are actually putting in the group that your voice is not clear, sir.
hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you right now, sir, but while talking, it's very low. The volume is very low, I guess.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you clearly, sir.
I want response.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want response from them also because I cannot go ahead without. Okay, see, you understood that we have to enter is equal to whenever we are doing an analysis over here like this. Okay, you have to add is equal to sign. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to convert centimeters into meters. So we are dividing it with 100. Okay. So 150 centimeters become 1.5 meters. Now you want to copy the formula. You can copy the formula by just this is known as the cross. See, there is no. This is black cross. You can see the black cross at the right left corner of the cell. Okay, can you see this? Okay, this is a big cross. What you see now, this is arrow. You see the cursor movement. This is arrow. Over here, you see a blank cross, but when I put it over here, it is a small plus sign. What you have to do, if you want to copy this formula into other cells also, you just have to pull, this is known as handle, you just pull it down like this. Okay, so this formula is copied everywhere else. Okay, so 140 centimeters become 140, 1.4 centimeters, sorry, 1.4 meters, and so on. Now you want to find out this thing, BMI. What is the formula for BMI? It is weight divided by the height in meters square. Okay, so what is the weight? Here is the weight in kilograms, and this is the height in meters square. So what is the formula? We have to add is equal to sign. Then we have to find out the weight and divide it with the height in meters squared. So this multiplied by again this one. Okay, so we get the BM. We put a bracket over here. Okay, so have you seen here we got the BMI, weight upon height square. Okay, now we want to copy this particular formula to other cells also. So now we create this handle. See this, see the cursor. This square, this plus will become a small plus sign. over
On
here.
screen, we are not looking at.
Hello.
On screen, there is what you are doing is we are not possible to see on screen.
Can you see this BMI 37.33?
No, sir.
I'm sharing my screen right now. What are you seeing right now?
Yes, sir. Now we can see.
You can see this 37.33. Hello.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Okay, I just read out to you. Just tell me what you're saying. You can see serial number. You can see the date. Hello. Please respond. Hello.
So we can just see the Excel sheet over here. We can just see a.
Which reads the diagnosis, sir? Abdominal cough, hot spine. Probably this is the first table that you should.
I'll share again. Okay. I'll share again. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you see this now? Serial number A.
Yes, sir. We can see that. Yes, sir.
Okay, you can see BMI over here. This. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, you can see. Okay, what is the formula for BMI? It's weight divided by height square in meters, correct? Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so for any formula, we have to start with, I'll just delete this, we'll put it again. We have to start with is equal to sign. For any analysis in that cell, we have to start with is equal to sign. Okay, now what is the formula you want? We want weight divided by height square. Okay, height in meters square. And then close the bracket. We'll see BMI is 37.33. Okay, get this? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can see that the cursor is a plus sign. You can see I'm going round and round. Okay, you can see this is a plus sign. Now when I put it in the right corner of the cell, it becomes a black plus. Okay, you can see this. Over here, it is a thick, transparent plus, but here it becomes a plus sign. Hello, please respond. I cannot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this is known as handle. This black plus is known as handle. You have to click left click and just pull it down. See, you can pull it down like this, and the entire cell formula gets copied into that particular cell. So this is again weight into height square. Now here there is a problem because the formula will contain a word and therefore it will not give us the value.
Yeah.
See, this is an alphabet and not a number, and therefore we will not get any Excel calculation here. That's why it is very, very important that we clean the data. Okay, here also there is an alphabet in the formula, and therefore we are not going to get it. So anyways, we'll forget about that because we don't have the values of the height. That's why you should always see that when you do a survey, each and every variable, okay, value is written down. Otherwise, the person who is using the computer is confused and cannot give you answers. Now, this is about BMI. Now, what we want to do, let us say we want to find out which is a very, very dangerous BMI. So what we can do is we can, but just by looking at it, okay, we block this particular column, and then we go to conditional formatting. See, in this taskbar, we have something known as conditional formatting. You click on it, and there are certain things. Okay, so we'll highlight what? Highlight value. So let us say above 25 is obesity or borderline obesity. So we want something more than 25, which is risky for us. Okay, so here format cells that are greater than 25, and what will format it with? Light red field with dark red. You want something else? You can use green field with dark red text also. The red one. Okay. So now just see, all those who are at a risk of obesity are being given red color. So even if somebody looks at it, which one are having a problem with obesity, even without calculating each and every cell, you just by looking at the red color, you can see, this is a problem. Okay. Now let us say for height, we would say, let us say it is a obstetrician's office, and we would like to know short stature women because that is a high risk pregnancy. Okay, so anybody 140 centimeters or less should be considered as a high risk case. Okay, so we would like to know. So just the conditional formatting highlight cells less than, let us say 141, because we want 140 and less. So who are the ladies who are having? This one is male. Okay. So this female is a high risk case. So there is just one high risk female case. Okay. So this is by just coloring the cell automatically, you will know this is a problem with us. Now let us say you would like to know how many people are geriatric people in your hospital right now. You do condition formatting, highlight people greater than 60 years. Okay. So here, how many people are having this thing? 76. Four geriatric people are there with you, or senior citizen are there with you. So simple condition formatting can also be done by using Excel. So you have a list of people who are admitted in a hospital, and you would like to know the specific, like diabetic or hypertension or anything like that, and you get it. Here, if you want obesity, you want a BMI, you get a senior citizen, whatever it is there, you get it by just looking at it, because the color you have given is different. Okay. Now, what are the other things you can do? You can find the mean, you can find median, mode, range, standard deviation. We have already found the count. Now, let us say you want to find the mean age of your patients. Okay. So again, we put it is equal to, and we write down average. Okay. Average put in a bracket and mark out. These are the people for whom you need the average, and complete the bracket. Okay. This is your average. Now there are too many numbers after the decimal point, so we want to reduce the decimal point number of it to just one. So go over here. You can see this. See my arrow cursor over here. See, you have reduced this to just one number after decimal point. Now you want the median, again is equal to, write down median. What is the median age group? Make say bracket, block the numbers and complete the bracket. So you get the median over here. You want the mode, make is equal to sign. Start with a bracket and make the block the numbers for which you need the mode and complete the bracket. Okay. So what is your mode? 32. So your median and mode are the same, and the mean is almost the same. So you can say it is a symmetrical distance. Okay. For range, you would like to know the maximum point. Hello, the max here. Maximum number in your column. Which column? The age column. Okay, and complete the bracket. So what is the maximum number in this? 76. You don't have to go on counting it. It is 76. Then you like to know the minimum number. So write down minimum. Start the bracket. So cover the bracket. What is the minimum number? 1. Somewhere this is the one. Okay. So what is the range? Range is from 1 to 76. Okay. So this is the descriptive statistics which you got. Okay. Then secondly, you like to present the data, or I would like to, let us say, make tables out of this. You like to know, when you're presenting a paper, you like to know how many people, how many males of which age are there, how many females are there, how many males are there, or how many senior females are there, how many senior males are there, what are the religions and all this thing. You like to have a cross table. Okay, for that we have what is something known as pivotal table. What you are supposed to do is mark out the range of your data. Now this is a little complicated, something simpler. Anyways, okay. So mark out. Hello, can you hear me? Because this is a little complicated. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now mark out the range of your data like this, and then go to insert. Oh yeah, you can see insert and pivotal table. Okay, we like to have our pivotal table on a new worksheet. It's not needed. I remove this column. I can remove column also. I can remove the entire column from here. I feel this column is not needed to remove the entire column. Okay. So I have all the names now. I'll make mark out again because it was not being the pivotal table because the title was missing. Okay. New worksheet. Okay, this is a pivotal table which we will get again. Now, what you want? Let's say you would like to have the values. Value field setting. this count. Now what we want? You want the number of males. Okay. See, we have number of males, female. Now here in pivotal table, how many rows you got? A female and male. Why? Because of the problem with the first sheet. Where are we? See here. We have not cleaned the data. This should have been M only. Okay. And this should have been F. And this is F. Okay. See, that's why that is the importance of cleaning the data. Now, we'll refresh the table. Now here, see, we got F and M only. So how many females are there? 11. And how many males are there? 19. Okay, so this we got on pivot table. Now what else you want? Okay, let us say we want religion. So you just bring the religion over here and 6. Okay, so how many columns are there? You see, we have not cleaned the data. We have to go back. Clean the data, religion, H, Hindu. H. Christian, we should have seen. Again in Hindus, H. Okay, now we have cleaned the data. We'll go back to pivotal table. Okay, and we now will refresh. Where is it? Refresh. See, Christians, Hindu, Muslims. Okay, so out of 30 people were there, 2 were Christians, 27 were Hindus, and 1 was male. Okay, so this is just a simple table. We want cross table now. We want cross table. Let us say we have cross table between age and sex. So age will be over here. We can send it back and sex here. See. So now we have a cross table between the age and the gender, female and male. So how many females age? You see that how many children age 1? There is only 1. Out of which that 1 is female. So you can just copy this. See, this is copy. You copy this data to the next new receipt for the table. Paste it. That one the title as age, female and male, grand total. Now here you can use the borders. Okay, we like to have border and then right side border. Right side border. Right side. Now we get a nice table over here. Okay. So how many people age 26? There are 3 people. All are males. And so on. So we got a cross table. Important table. Okay, let's go back to the other table. What else we need? We like to have BMI and age. Okay. Too many decimals after PMI, after this number after decimal. So we'll increase the number of decimals. Okay. Hello. Okay. So you can use pivotal table to find to do cross tabulation between 2 different variables. So which is important in research work. And also, just the last one, this thing. Let us say we have data entry for the regions and the population like this, and you want to show it in the form of a diagram. Okay, so go to insert, and here are the different diagrams, different types of diagrams. So you see, we have Vasai, we have the same for Vasai, Bhiwandi, Kalyan. Okay, so these are the diagram for Vasai, Bhiwandi, and Kalyan. If you feel that bar diagram is not good, you want something else, you change the type, make it colorful like this. So you have all these things, or you want to have something else instead of this. You like to have a pie chart. Here this pie. You got a pie chart now. Okay. So many things you can use for presentation of data. You can use various types of diagram. If it is a train, you can use linear diagrams to show the train. Okay. So I think this is just what to say, a small introduction to Excel. What Excel can do. Excel is huge. See, you can see the data analysis, the formulas. You can see various types of formulas for math, for statistics. Recently used huge number of formulas and huge things you can do here. Data, you can do data. See what you can do with the data. You can sort out the data. You can use data analysis. This is the data analysis to find what? To find higher this thing like ANOVA, correlation, if test, and moving average, and so many things can be done. So, but however, there are thousands of formulas in Excel, which it is just impossible to finish in 45 days or 45 minutes. This is just an introduction for you to know what Excel can do with the data. Okay, and I know it's a little towards the end of the session and end of the program, also training program. I think we should stop over here. Anything more? See, there are free tutorials available on Google and YouTube and all these things. So whenever you have time, you can go to YouTube and just write down whatever you want on that, and it will give you that. Okay, and tell you what to see. There is a help over here which can be used. So there is an Excel community which gives you formulas. There is Excel blog. You can ask whatever you want, and then you can have help from here also. Whatever you want, like average or trend setting and trend analysis or linear analysis, you can just write down over here, and the Excel will help you in that. Okay, so I think we should stop here. So I know it is a little brainstorming. It's a huge amount of information which I have to pass on to you in 45 minutes. It is a little, I must have failed in this, but I hope I have been able to tell you what are the small things which can be done on Excel, and especially when you do survey. Okay, always meet your statistician before you actually go out to survey. Correct the formats from them, survey format for them, so that the data entry becomes easier. Once the data is not been able to not collected the data properly, your survey will fail. Okay, so before any statistical calculations on Excel, get a quality data. Okay, with the help of your statistician. I think I'll stop over here. Thank you so much for patient listening. I hope I pass on the information to all of you. Please respond.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very
Okay.
much.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. If there is
Yes,
any query, you can please ask me. Okay. Thanks a lot. You can stop here.
Participants, do you all have any questions?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, sir.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
We shall proceed to the valedictory program. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind guidance.
My pleasure.
We shall now begin with our valedictory program. I would invite our Vice Principal, Mrs. Delphina Gura, for her welcome speech. Over to you, Delphina, ma'am.
Thank you, Bhakti. We are living in a revolutionary era, where the science changes daily. And I think to keep up with the pace changes, one needs to be updated with the knowledge. And in order to update our knowledge, we need something that will plug this gap of knowledge. And I think the answer is research, research, and research. However, the question remains, which always remains, is that are we doing it right? And in order to have this deficiency or the lacunae in this research, I think such kind of workshops of research methodology do wonders. And I must say that we were blessed for all these 3 days with very efficient speakers who were not only knowledgeable, but who made it so simple for us. And I think we all will agree, all the participants will agree that indeed we had some insight. We were doing so many things wrong, and we did get so many things and inputs from them. And I'm sure that we are going to utilize it in all our future endeavors whenever we are going to do research. One more question that always remains, that are we all attending this research methodology workshop with the motto of actually conducting research, or only it is because of the mandate of having some academic, the requirements? So I think whatever is the motto, one thing is for sure, that such refreshing courses will definitely help us in whatever we take, whatever endeavors we take in performing the researches. So I declare this session open for the valedictory function, and it is now the time to pay our gratitude towards all the speakers who have definitely taken out their time from the busy schedule and have given us some insight into this research methodology workshop. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nikita and Bhakti.
Thank you, Delphina ma'am. Now I request my colleague, Mrs. Nikita Lombe, to please share some glimpses of the workshop.
A very good evening to all the participants. So I'm just going to share in 5 minutes the glimpses of the methodology workshop for the last 3 days. So on day 1, we had a post-test and a pre-test, and then we started with Dr. Swapnali Kadam Madam's lecture on Introduction to Research Methodology, which was followed by types of data and data presentation. Then Vishakha Shinde ma'am took over with literature search session. Then we had sessions on case control studies and cohort studies and experimental studies, followed by group activity. Coming to day 2 began with group activity 2 on literature search, which was very well guided, supported by Dr. Swapnali Kadam Madam. Then Dr. Vishakha Shinde took over with session on writing a research protocol. Later, Dr. Amit Bonwe delivered session on sampling methods and sample size, followed by group activity 3 for the same. Then session on questionnaire designing was conducted by Dr. Pooja Rai, which was followed by last session on inferential statistics and group activity for the same by Dr. Amit Bonwe sir. Coming to day 3. So day 3 started with session on ethical issues in medical research by Dr. Sandeep Bawdekar with some group discussions. Later, Dr. Neelam Patil took over with session on evaluation of a diagnostic test, followed by session on critical evaluation of journal article. Post-lunch group activity 5th was taken by Dr. Bavdekar sir on critiquing of journal article. This was followed by a session on qualitative research methods by Dr. Neelam Patil. And the last session of the workshop was conducted by Dr. Dinesh Samail sir on computer assistance in data analysis, Excel and EPI info. So this was overall in short, the glimpses of the entire 3 days research methodology workshop. Thank you. Over to you, Bhakti.
Thank you, Nikita ma'am. So we have come to the end of the session. This is the final vote of thanks. So I am Ms. Bhakti Kadam from Srimati Sunanda Praveen Gambhir Chand College of Nursing. Would like to thank Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik, and our eminent speakers, Dr. Swapnali Kadam ma'am, Dr. Purva Bhave ma'am, Dr. Vishakha Shinde ma'am, Dr. Amit Bonve sir, Dr. Pooja Rai ma'am, Dr. Sandeep Bavdekar sir, Dr. Nilima Patil ma'am, Dr. Dinesh Samir sir, for sharing their extensive knowledge and experience and for the brainstorming group activities. I would like to thank our principal and vice principal ma'am, Mrs. Shilpa Shettikar and Mrs. Delphina Gurav ma'am for their enthusiastic support. Our heartfelt thanks to all our participants for their active participation. And last but not the least, a special thanks to my organizing committee colleagues, Mrs. Nikita Logde and Mrs. Sona Jijesh for their unflinching support and coordination. Thank you everyone once again. I would like to give a kind instruction over here to all the participants to fill all the feedback links and the post-haste questionnaires, as it will be necessary for us to analyze. And then after the completion of that, we can issue the attendance certificates to the participant individually. And then you can exit the meeting after that. The links are being shared in the Zoom group. Kindly fill the third day feedback link, overall feedback link, and the post-test questionnaires.
First वाला interesting है, second वाला drug counselor drug counselor, third वाला cross sectional, cross control, case control, fourth वाला population aggression का एक ओपन करके कर लेते फिर एक एक कर मैं इसके 2 टैब ओपन कहाँ तक लिया पॉपुलेशन itself then in population itself हो गया ना इंटरपोलेशन नेक्स्ट वाला इंटरपोलेशन बोथ A and B
So kind attention all the participants. 3 links are shared in the group. One link is for feedback link for day 3. Then one link is for post test and one link is for overall feedback. So you have to fill all the 3 links. There are few participants who have not filled the feedback link for day 1 and day 2. So they will have to fill the feedback link for day 1 and day 2 also. Otherwise, we will not issue the certificates. Okay, so day 1 names I am reading. Akshay Chaudhary, Ira, Gargi, Kazetina, Shruti Matre, Aisha, Suraj, Hemant, Kalika, Ashi, Jaya, Tanvi. And for the day 2 feedback link, the names are Gargi, Kazetina, Shruti, Aisha, Ashi, Chetna, Jaya. Okay, so please kindly fill the feedback link for day 1 and day 2 also. It will not be there in the Zoom chat box. We will share it in the WhatsApp group.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so kindly fill. And if you are done filling all the 3 links, then you can leave the meeting.
All the participants will be closing the meeting in 5 minutes, requesting you all to please fill the link fast.